Now, Ms. Graham, who's the witness today?
The witness today is PC Ashley Tomlinson.
Good morning, Constable. Could you say the words of the affirmation after me, please? I solemnly, sincerely and truly
I solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that
I will tell the truth,
I will tell the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Graham.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You're Constable Ashley Tomlinson.
Yeah, that's correct.
What age are you?
Currently 30.
And how many years service do you have at the moment?
8.5.
Now, all of your contact details are known to the inquiry, so I won't repeat those here now. I'd like to, first of all, make sure that you've got everything that you need in front of you for this. When you are referred to your statement, the inquiry statement, that'll come up on the screen in front of you.
Yep.
But as well as that, you should have a black folder on the desk, and please feel free to open it. There's copies of that statement in there. So you have a hard copy. So on the screen, we might just see one or two paragraphs shown, but you'll have access to everything that's around it if you need it. So feel free to rely on that. And if you would like to have something up on the screen yourself from your statement, we can arrange that as well.
Yep.
And then in addition, can I ask you to look at, it's called PERC 263. This is a statement from the 4th of June 2015. And you should have a hard copy of that in your black folder. Do you see that?
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking
We've also got that on the screen. So that was a statement taken by DSI Brian Dodd at Scottish Police College, Kincardine. And when you gave that statement, were you doing your best to give a true and accurate record of what had happened on the 3rd of May 2015?
I was, yes.
Thank you. And then in addition to that, I think you should also have a copy in your black folder of a map that was attached to that PERC statement. That's COPFS 05956. And I think you'll see, if we can move up slightly on that page, you'll see your name is given there, Ashley Tomlinson.
I think that's probably the one thing that I'm missing from
All right.
the folder.
Well, I'm not going to spend a lot of time with that anyway. But can you see it on the screen? Does that look familiar to you?
Yeah, I can see it, yeah.
That's lovely, thank you. And then let's go back for a moment to your inquiry statement. So that's SBPI 43. And this is dated the 13th of April, 2022. And just to explain the circumstances, you'll see on the last page the date's the 13th of April.
Yeah.
And just to explain the circumstances, you were sent almost 100 questions by the inquiry team, and it was formally, it's known as a Rule 8 request, and you were asked to answer those questions and set it out as a statement, and you presumably discussed that with your solicitors, and they've typed that up for you. And so basically what we see here is your own statement to the inquiry. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm going to call that your inquiry statement, although technically it's called a Rule 8 request and a Rule 8 response. Great, thank you. And then you've signed it on the last page, and do we see just above that there's a paragraph that the inquiry asked you to insert, and it says, I believe the facts stated in this witness statement are true. I understand that this statement may form part of the evidence before the inquiry and be published on the inquiry's website. And you were happy with that?
Yes, I was, yes.
Thank you. And so again, doing your best to give a true and accurate record of the events in Hayfield Road. And you sent that in. And so are you happy that, subject to the map that isn't there, are you happy you've got everything in front of you that you've provided and you might need?
Yes, I'm happy I've got everything in front of me, yeah.
Great, thank you very much. So in addition to that, you'll also see to your left that there's a spreadsheet. It's a combined audio and visual timeline. Now, I understand you've probably watched some evidence already that's been given by other officers on the website, and you may have seen me refer to that spreadsheet. But looking at it now, just so that you can see it, there's times given on the left-hand side, and there's airwaves transmissions transcribed just to the left of centre. And then just to the right of centre, there's a brief sort of thumbnail description of what can be seen in the CCTV. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
So as we go through things, please feel free to refer to that as well and have a look at it. There will be times, as you know, I'll probably play some footage, and you'll also have the spreadsheet in front of you.
Yes, that's right.
And normally I'll ask for it to be played once, and I might ask you some questions. But if you feel you need to see things more than once, just let me know.
Okay.
Now, before I go on to play some footage, first of all, we've heard some evidence that you had worked in Kirkcaldy longer than your colleague PC Short.
Yes.
Could you tell us how long had you actually worked in Kirkcaldy by May 2015?
I don't know in exactly months, probably around about 17, 18 months, something like that.
And had you been based at Kirkcaldy Police Office during that time?
Yeah, so from basically finishing my training at the Scottish Police College, that was my first deployment station, was Kirkcaldy Police Office.
We heard somebody mention the term probationer. Can you explain what that is?
So as a probationer for effectively 2 years, you're a probationer. You get assessed at regular points. During your probationary period, you obviously undergo the initial training phase at the Scottish Police College, which I think has now maybe changed, but it's around about 12 weeks. From that kind of training, you then get deployed. You have a tutor constable, and you will go to different incidents and obviously learn the craft, how to be a police officer. And there'll be at points in that period reviews with whatever sergeant or inspector would take that review on and just give you kind of pointers maybe, or kind of praise about your performance. And things that you can maybe try and focus on for to aid your development. And at the end of that 2 year period, or towards the end of that 2 year period, you do an oral exam, which is definitions and covers kind of various aspects that you've learned, and then you get a confirmation letter to confirm that you're substantive in rank.
So that lasts for 2 years?
Yeah, that does, yeah.
And you're monitored more closely then during that period?
Yeah, more closely probably initially, but certainly throughout that 2 year period you are monitored by your supervising officers, as well as your initially the 3 month, I think it is, tutor period with an officer from the shift that would kind of show you how to apply what you've learned at the college into a more practical setting. And
who was your monitor or supervisor? Do you remember?
Throughout my time at Kirkcaldy, it changed more regularly. I kind of probably lost track of the amount of supervisors that I had, but latterly I know that it was Scott Maxwell as an acting sergeant, but I couldn't give you an exact figure on how many sergeants I had during my probationary period.
Was that the norm to have a number of different people taking that role?
I think it was more that sergeants were applying for different jobs and moving around. It wasn't necessarily the norm that there'd be so much movement, but certainly the sergeants that I had then applied for different jobs and subsequently moved on to do new things. So I don't know if it's the norm for every station, but certainly it was the normal for me.
All right. When did your 2 year period come to an end?
So I joined in September 2013, so it would have been around about September 2015.
So in May 2015, was Sergeant Maxwell your monitoring or supervising you at that time?
He would have been he would have been my sergeant in and around that time. I don't know if he was necessarily the shift sergeant, but certainly he was acting obviously at the time of the incident.
And was he your supervisor in terms of your probationary period?
That would just depend on who my shift sergeant would be, but if he was covering the shift, then he would more than likely adopt that role.
Right, thank you. So by May 2015, you hadn't quite completed your probationary period?
No.
So you hadn't sat your oral exam by then?
No, I hadn't, no.
Thank you. Right, I'd like, first of all, to play some footage from the evidence video timeline. And this, we're just going to play the whole thing, 7:16:22 to 7:20:39. And this will play, you'll hear all the airwaves transmissions that were played prior to your arrival. And then I'll come back and ask you one or two questions about that. So you can listen to the footage as we watch this on the screen. And Miss Taylor-Smith will play that for us. And you've also got we'll just pause it there for a second, please. And you've got the spreadsheet as well if you want to look at what's written. All right. Thank you very much.
Right. I need you to divert to Henry Road, a disturbance ongoing, male armed with a knife, African-looking male chasing someone that may be carrying a knife, described as big with muscles, about 6 feet tall, wearing a white t-shirt and dark coloured jeans. There's another job coming in about stand by. Yeah, well, that's another grade 1 call coming in for the Victoria Road, Kirkcaldy, male armed with a knife, male in possession of a large knife, a black male wearing white t-shirt and jacket, walking along the street with a large knife in his right hand, about a 9-inch blade.
Control for 411, I want all units to send bear in mind officer safety. Was there an ARV and a dog as well, please?
Control from 41 Alpha. Go ahead.
We're heading there. That's 2 separate locuses. We'll go to Victoria Road before Henry Road. The last call can be monitored by Romeo Victor.
Roger.
Alpha Whiskey 101 and 104 off for Taylor.
Alpha Control from 41 Alpha. Can we try to get house numbers of the 2 informants, please?
Roger, 1 is... The second caller is from... That's a further call advising the male is in Hayfield Road near to Gallagher's pub.
That's the take a bit more sense. I think the Victoria Road call, locus is probably incorrect.
Control from 401, the update of ARV and dog units over.
I believe a dog unit is en route.
Thrombo review, we're organising an ARV as well. Stand by.
Alpha Control from 41 Alpha.
Go ahead.
Victoria Road probably mistaken locus, Hayfield Road.
Roger, Hayfield Road. That was the last place he was seen, near Gallagher's pub.
Sure, that's us approaching locus.
And that's another call saying he was seen walking in the direction of the hospital in the middle of the road.
Yes. That's on Hayfield Road heading in that direction.
Inspector Stewart here, control room to the set attending. I'm monitoring this obviously from a an ARV perspective. If you get sightings of the male, you need to make an initial assessment yourself and feedback to me straight away, and I'll listen out on the channel.
Control for Bravo, do we have a description? I missed that.
It's described as male, black.
Thank you. Did you manage to hear all those audio airwave transmissions?
I did, yes.
Good, thank you. At 7:16:59, sorry, that's not correct. 7:17. Let's look at 7:17:23. So you'll see on page 2 of the spreadsheet, you'll see at the very top, 7:16:59, PC Ashley Tomlinson, and it said that's received control. Is there other units that can assist us? Was that your voice?
Yes, it was, yes.
And that was you asking, is there other units that can assist us?
Yes.
So at that moment in time, am I correct in saying you and PC Short are on your way?
Yeah, we would have been dispatched. I don't think we'd left the station at that point, but certainly we were going to make our way there.
Right. So you've not left Kirkcaldy Police Office at that time, but you've made the airwave transmission.
Yeah.
Which we see at the top of page 2. And I'd like to ask you why you asked if there were other units that could assist.
Yeah, just with the nature of the call being possibly a person in possession of a knife, kind of having other units there more than just 2 people would allow for the use of different tactics if we needed that. And also Hayfield Road's quite a large road, so to kind of search that in a realistic time frame with one set might take some time, so other units to assist in that, and then that search to locate the male would have actually sped things up for us as well.
So a combination of things then, the time frame of searching Hayfield Road, which is the length of it, would be difficult just with the 2 of you, and also the fact you said it was a person with a knife. What was it about that and the fact the person is said to have a knife?
It obviously increases the danger to officers. A knife is in effect a deadly weapon, so to have more units there, it would allow us to maybe look at different options and use different tactics, which I'll come on to later on, but like things like, for example, containment and things like that, without going in that situation with a kind of a prejudgment. It was just to give us the best kind of tactical options and to go in there with kind of almost everything really available to us.
And you're talking about different options and different tactics. Do you want to briefly explain what was going through your mind?
Yeah, I mean, one of them, obviously, there's a range of different options you could use. You could simply drive up and park and monitor. You could try a containment, so getting out your cars. You could, you might find that actually an individual doesn't respond well to a particular officer, not for any specific reason, but they might take a shine to a different officer. So that's always something we can use to our advantage in effective communications with an individual. So actually having kind of other units there isn't necessarily a show of force. It sometimes can be simply, another officer might have a better time engaging with the individual. So the kind of the options that I was thinking of when I was asking for additional units, and obviously the other thing to consider, obviously we're dealing with potentially someone with a knife. So if we do get an officer injured, then you've still got sufficient resources to try and remain in control of the situation.
Right, you've given us quite a lot of information there. Can I ask you for a little bit more detail? You just said the words park and monitor. What's park and monitor?
Well, you could stay in, for example, if you turned up and the person's got a knife, probably wouldn't get out of the car. You would relay that message back to the control room, so you could effectively observe from your vehicle. That's what I mean by that.
So that's sitting and observing in the car,
Yes.
waiting, and relaying information
Yes.
to ACR on your police radio.
Yeah, so it would be an airwave terminal.
And we've heard that other officers who are logged into, say, Kirkcaldy 1 can also hear all of those messages. Yeah. So that's one option. You also mentioned containment. What's that?
So you would try and keep an individual in a specific area, which is sometimes quite difficult, but to try and almost surround, or not surround as such, but strategically place yourself to stop the individual walking away, and that could be through the use of stay here with me, just go and stop what you're doing there now until we figure out what's going on. So it's trying to keep that individual in place in the event we do need more specialist resources.
If you're thinking about the option of containment, are there a minimum number of officers you need to do that?
Well, it would be more than 2, which would be why I'd ask for additional units to support. I say more than 2 because it would be very difficult to try and have containment, especially in a built-up residential area like Kirkcaldy, specifically Hayfield Road as well.
So you considered Hayfield Road to be a built-up area?
Yes.
And that would mean limitations on containment?
Yes, it would, because there'd be a number of different paths or places that an individual could seek to go to avoid police, and that would actually increase the rest of the public, and it would be very difficult to put the containment on.
So when you're considering the options and tactics that are open to you, are you considering things like the area, the locus,
Yes.
escape routes, exit points, that type of thing?
Yes.
Yeah. And you were familiar with Hayfield Road?
I was, yes.
Yeah. And then you've said that some people, in terms of communication, some people can take a shine to a particular officer.
Yeah. There's no really a specific reason for it, but you would go to a call and maybe that the person wanted to speak to a female officer or vice versa, a male officer. So having that, they might want to speak to an older officer, a younger officer. It's really just personal preference. So actually, again, as I say, having additional units there might open those effective lines of communication with that individual as well.
And could you give us some examples of what you mean when you say effective lines of communication?
So what I mean is, you obviously want to speak to an individual to find out what's going on, and it's effective, obviously, if you can get that individual to speak to you. And we've got, as I say, changing individual officers. That would be one way of maybe utilising the tools we have available by swapping out officers. But it's really just to open the lines of conversation between us and an individual, and then get them talking, and then figure out what's going on. How can we help? What's effectively build a picture on what's going on. Why have we been called out? In essence.
What sort of tone would you use if you were adopting that type of line of communication?
Probably just kind of how I'm speaking to you now. It ultimately depends on what you're faced with, but I would always look to make sure that the person understood me. But if I'm going to start off, I would start off with a conversational tone.
And that's the sort of tone that you're using with me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And you used the word understood there. You said you wanted to make sure the person understood you. What do you mean by that?
So sometimes you can speak to an individual and they might not understand maybe the words you've used or the language you've used, or it could simply be that the person maybe is hard of hearing. They maybe don't quite understand what you're saying. It could be things like accents. It could be the person doesn't speak English and maybe speaks a different language. So it's trying to figure out what you've got in front of you, and by kind of engaging with the person, you would get a kind of a flavour of that.
When you're en route to an incident like this, you wouldn't necessarily know the answer to the questions that you're just posing there. So is that information that you try and gather when you arrive?
Yeah, it's things that you need to try and establish when you arrive at locus. And by locus, I mean the place that you're called to.
And once you've arrived and maybe gathered that information, what would you do with that information?
I'd use it to try and figure out what's gone on, but if I'm gathering information, I'm kind of speaking to the individual, I'm figuring out, why we're here, what's going on. That's things that I can then use to kind of feedback to control or other officers and just say, look, this is what the situation we've got just now.
We've heard that a lot of it is about gathering in more information.
Yeah.
And we've heard reference to the national decision-making model.
Yeah.
Is that the type of model that you would be using?
Yeah, that's a model that is taught at the police college, and that's a model that I would use.
Yeah. So attending a scene, gathering in information, and then deciding what the best option or the best tactics were from there.
Yeah.
And we've heard that the more information you get, you go back to the beginning and you keep reviewing as you go along.
It's not something that you would need to just do once and stop. It's something that naturally you would continue to, in effect, spin. And by spin, I mean continually feeding that information and working round, because it's a when you see the diagram, it's
a cycle, a circle. And we've heard that, for example, the area control room is at a remote location in Bilston Glen, so they don't have eyes on the ground. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that, yeah.
So effectively you were, as an operational officer, you were the eyes on the ground.
Yeah.
In the absence of CCTV in the area. We've heard that there wasn't any CCTV, open-air CCTV in Hayfield Road. Do you know that, if that's right?
To my knowledge, yeah, I think that's correct.
Right. And can I ask you, when you attended other knife incidents or incidents where someone's said to have had a knife, was that your practice to request further units?
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
So in any other knife incident you've been sent to attend, that would be your practice?
It's not just knife incidents, disturbance calls, things that there's a potential for, disorder. Often, my go-to practice would be to see what other units are available to assist us as well. It might be a case that when we arrive, we don't need those units and they can get stood down. But as a matter of course, I would ask for them.
And does requesting those additional units give you more options and more tactical choices? Yeah. Thank you. In relation to that response, there was then at 7:17:23 an airways transmission said to be by Acting Police Sergeant Scott Maxwell. You've mentioned him already today. And he said, I want all units to attend that, bearing in mind officer safety. Is there an ARV and a dog as well, please? Did you understand that to be in response to your request?
Not necessarily, no. I don't think it was in response to my request. I think it was instruction from Sergeant Maxwell to any other units, again, to assist us, because it would allow us, obviously, more control and more tactical options.
And what was your understanding of the words bearing in mind officer safety?
The mention of a knife, so going into it shouldn't be complacent that just because we can't see a knife doesn't mean there isn't one. It's obviously been reported that there is a male with a knife. So that's what I would take that to mean. Just be cautious of our own safety when we're attending the call, because there's a weapon.
And as well, you've talked about you requesting other units, but Sergeant Maxwell appears to say here, is there an ARV and a dog as well, please? And what was your understanding of that?
He's asked the control room if those resources are available. Again, it gives us more tactical options. So that was just a question to the control room.
And are these specialist resources?
Yeah, I believe they would be classed as specialist resources.
Right. And do you know who had the authority to allocate those resources to any particular incident?
My understanding is I think it's the control room inspector, or certainly somebody sitting within the control room that would have an oversight of those resources. Someone
more senior?
Yes.
And had you been on any calls by May 2015 where there had been an ARV in attendance?
It would be a guess. I don't.
Right. I don't want you to guess.
No,
no.
Well, that's aye. No,
You've
I'm
no
not able to
recollection
remember.
of
No.
that today. And had you been involved in any where a dog unit had attended?
Again, I can't recall anything specific, but a dog unit attending calls can be for a variety of reasons. It can be for disorder, or it can be help looking for missing people. So I can't recall anything specific, but more than likely, yes.
Had you been involved in previous incidents prior to May 2015 where there'd been a request from a police sergeant or someone along those lines for an ARV and a dog unit?
Again, I can't recall anything specific, but it's likely.
Okay. And at that moment when you were travelling on your way to Hayfield Road, were you aware of who was in charge of the incident?
So in the first instance, it would have been Sergeant Maxwell.
When you say in the first instance, what do you mean by that?
So if it was to change, later on I think we hear that the control room inspector says he's monitoring from an ARV perspective. Obviously, if it became a firearms incident, then the command would transfer from Sergeant Maxwell to the control room inspector.
So we may have heard that if it was declared a firearms incident, that area control room would take charge of that situation. You understood that to be the case?
Yes.
But this wasn't declared to be a firearms incident?
No, so at that time it was Scott Maxwell.
Thank you. And did you understand where Scott Maxwell was at that time as you were travelling to Hayfield Road?
My understanding was he was in the Kirkcaldy police station, because I'd left from the police station and Scott Maxwell was, I think I was maybe in his office when the call came in.
Right. So you'd left him to travel to Hayfield Road?
Yes.
And did you have any awareness at that time if the dog unit was available in Edinburgh or whether there was anything?
No, I don't think anything was passed as to where the dog was maybe coming from.
You didn't know? You don't remember anything?
No, I don't remember anything, no.
And did you have any awareness at that time of how long it would take an ARV to come if one was deployed?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. We've heard that you hadn't been paired to work with PC Short previously. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So this was your first time with PC Short?
I don't know if it's necessarily my first time working with her, but certainly, as far as I recall, I hadn't worked with her very much.
But I think you were part of the same team?
We were part of the same team, yes.
Yeah. Can I ask you, as you were travelling to Hayfield Road, I'd like to ask you about what sort of things you were conscious of and aware of and thinking of. Did it make any difference to you that you were aware of Hayfield Road and knew the area?
I know Hayfield Road's quite a busy road. I know it's Sunday morning, but certainly at that time of morning you've got the hospital. It's quite a large employer in the area, so you've got the passing traffic and shift changeover, so that's probably one of the things that I would have considered. But I knew that area was also quite well built up as well, and you've got a variety of houses and footpaths, so they would have been the things that I would consider kind of going to the locus.
We may have heard that there were a couple of hospitals in the area. Did you know about both of those hospitals?
Yeah, I maybe should say I would probably class them as just the one hospital. I know it's on two different sites, but certainly there are stones throw away from each other, as it were. One's on one side of the road and the other's on you cross a road and that's you at the next hospital.
We've heard one's called Victoria Infirmary and one's called Whiteman's Brae. Yeah,
so the Whiteman's Brae is sort of the mental health side of the hospital.
Was that something that you were conscious of, that there was a psychiatric hospital in the area?
It's something I had awareness of, yes.
Yeah. You've told us that this wasn't the first time you'd ever attended an incident where someone was said to have had a knife. Can you give us some indication of the regularity with which you'd attended knife incidents, if I can call them that?
Yeah.
Prior to May 2015.
I couldn't put an exact number on it, but they're quite common. Even if I wasn't dispatched, you maybe have an awareness that there was a knife incident or a call relating to a knife, but I couldn't put a specific number on it for you.
When you say quite common, how regularly would you hear of knife incidents or be involved with them?
I would say probably at least once per set of shifts, and a set of shifts is 2 days, 2 backs, 2 nights. So in a 6-day period, you'd probably expect at least one call.
Right. At least one and perhaps more?
Perhaps more, yeah. Perhaps none, but
Yeah.
on a regular basis, perhaps at least one.
Okay. In those previous knife incidents that you've attended, tell us about the equipment you'd used.
I would class my voice or communication as part of my equipment as well. So, I can't recall anything specific, but probably my voice and my handcuffs.
Mm-hmm. How would you use your voice?
Just to open that line of communication with the individual and ask what's going on, figure out what's going on. Maybe that's even speaking to witnesses that are nearby if you can't get anything from the individual themselves. But certainly, I'd be looking to try and open that line of communication so I could understand and try and figure out how best to help.
Mm-hmm. How would you use your handcuffs?
That would be if you've got a call whereby an individual's said to be in possession of a knife. I would never be complacent even if I couldn't see the knife, so the handcuffs may be applied basically to allow me to search the individual safely, for my safety and for the individual's safety, as well as my colleagues and members of the public. Or if a person needed to be arrested, obviously you would use the handcuffs to arrest an individual if they were found to be in possession of a knife.
How would you normally handcuff the person? Which position would they be in?
It can vary depending on the situation, but my preference to handcuffing would, for specifically knives, would be a rear handcuff, and that prevents people as easily from reaching areas of concealment on the body.
Okay. In any previous knife incidents, had you ever used your baton?
Not that I recall, no.
In any previous knife incidents, had you used your spray?
No, not that I recall.
Do you remember if you had a CS or a Pava spray?
I think it would have been CS at the time. It was certainly a grey canister.
Right. In using your voice and perhaps your handcuffs, had you always successfully managed to calm a situation down and avoid using the spray or the batons?
Yeah, normally when you go, you can engage with somebody quite effectively, and yeah, you could de-escalate the situation quite effectively.
In those previous knife incidents, had you been one of the first officers on the scene?
I wouldn't be able to say that.
Remember. Thank you. So you've talked, for example, in paragraph 6 of your inquiry statement. So this is on page 2. Now, paragraph 6 covers 2 pages. At the beginning, you go through the risk to officers. So you considered risk factors at Hayfield Road to be under 3 broad categories.
Yep.
And this paragraph, you've split that into the risk to officers, and then if we can move on to the next page, you'll see that it's also the risk to the public and the risk to Shekubayo. So are these the large, sort of broad areas that you were considering?
Yeah.
Were areas of risk?
Yeah.
And you took those into account. I wonder if you could just briefly explain those 3 broad areas to the chair.
Yeah, so the risk to officers, obviously, we're going to a call whereby a male has been described by a number of callers as having possession of a knife. So for me, the risk is,
Can I stop you there? I
Sorry.
wonder if we could have the previous part of this paragraph on the screen as you go through it. Thank you, that's very helpful.
So the risk to officers is obviously we get there and there's a concealed bladed article or a knife. We don't know where that is, so the risk for us is obviously injury with a knife, depending on how big it is. It could be, a knife should be treated with a healthy respect, and knives can kill people. So that would be the significant risk. The risk is obviously we don't know necessarily also anything about the individual or about why the police have been phoned, other than there's a male potentially seen with a knife. So it's trying to get an understanding of what has gone on, and that obviously takes time, which can increase the risk to officers as well. I've mentioned here a lack of resources for any meaningful containment. So again, if a person's going to break free and maybe charge at you or get close to you, you're putting yourself within danger of striking distance from a blooded article.
And that's something that you'd want to avoid.
I would want to avoid getting anywhere within a fighting arc of a person who may or may not have a knife if it's been deemed by the controller as a knife incident, because we've got members of the public phoning in. I wouldn't be complacent about that. I would treat the situation as if a knife is potentially present until I can secure the individual or locate the knife.
Thank you. You've mentioned there the term fighting arc. Would you explain that to the chair, please?
So a fighting arc is something you're taught in OST, and it's basically kind of, this would be a fighting arc for a person, the reach of a person. And if you get within that distance of a person, you're at risk of being injured. So it's always best to avoid this kind of arm's length of a person, or just you need to try and keep more than just an arm's length to avoid potentially exposing yourself to an increase of risk.
And we've heard that some officers are wearing body armour, black vests with high visibility jackets. Is that the sort of thing that you were wearing that day?
Yeah, I would have been wearing my stab vest, yeah.
And you're calling that a stab vest. How does that protect you?
I call it a stab vest. It's just probably the way I would refer to it. It's officially body armour. We're told when we get issued it that it protects your vital organs from obviously potentially knife attacks. However, that's all it does protect. My body armour stops above my belly button, so you've got a large portion of your stomach available to be stabbed, and you've also got holes under the arms and also around the neck area. So really the coverage is very kind of limited to your heart, your lungs, and anything major in your internal sort of ribcage area. But it should protect you if someone was to stab you in the vest area against a knife.
But anywhere else there wouldn't be that protection?
Anywhere else, you would have no protection.
Thank you. And then can we look at the risk to the public that you mention? Again, would you like to add to this section? What were you thinking about in relation to risk to the public on the journey to Hayfield Road?
So the risk to the public is, you've got people going about their daily business that aren't kind of, maybe don't know about this individual that's been reported with a knife that could come across this individual and suffer serious or fatal injuries with a knife. What was also probably going through my head as well is it might not have been reported yet, but there may be a casualty there as well, and again that would be a risk to a member of the public that we've maybe just not had that report yet because nobody's physically aware that somebody's maybe been injured. It's obviously described as a disturbance, so a disturbance normally would indicate there's some sort of contact with people, especially if you're getting numerous calls, and the need to contain the person. Obviously, we're in a residential area, so you've got people in their houses that might leave their doors unlocked and things like that. So you've got all these things that are, all the things that are going through my head about the dangers to members of the public, and obviously a member of the public doesn't have the luxury of a stab vest.
And you've mentioned it was a residential area. We may have heard that there weren't really any people around at that time in the morning, but the fact it was a residential area gave you cause for concern about risk to the public.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue there were people there because police officers are people as well. And obviously when police officers are deployed to the scene, we're still effectively skin and bones. We're a uniform, but we are still people. But largely residents could, probably on hearing, the sirens maybe come to the windows or be curious, natural curiosity, and come out into the street. So you've got that ongoing risk to members of the public that through their natural curiosity maybe leave their houses to come out and have a look.
And if that natural curiosity causes them to come out to out their houses, does that then increase the potential risk to the public?
It does, yes.
And then you come on to the risk to Shekubayo. And so were you also considering the risk to him as an individual?
I was, yes.
Tell us about that.
So the risk to Mr. Bio is obviously there's a risk of self-harm. We don't know why the police have been called. We don't know what this disturbance is. He could already be injured. He could be in possession of a knife. He could be throwing himself in front of vehicles, or under the influence of a substance. So obviously that impacts his safety and his welfare. So that's obviously one of my concerns as well. Officers trying to safely restrain Mr. Bio, that could cause injuries as well from being taken to the floor. So these are all things that I would be considering when I was going there.
And you've mentioned possibly under the influence of a substance. That was in your mind on the way to Hayfield Road. And you also mentioned in that paragraph mental health problems.
Yeah.
Was that something else that was in your mind?
Just the proximity to the hospital, the kind of almost erratic behaviour, you would probably naturally consider that as a potential risk as well. I wouldn't necessarily hone in on that, but certainly it's there in my mind as something that I need to consider.
Mm-hmm. So these are things that are in your mind, and again, you're conscious of that national decision-making model of adding in information and processing what options you have open to you.
Yes.
Right. As you're considering the resources you have, can you tell us what difference, if any, did it make that you were with a colleague, PC Short? So there was two of you at least going to attend that incident.
I mean, with two people, you can use contact and cover, which is something that's taught in officer safety training. And by that, what I mean is contact. One officer would try and open up lines of communication with the individual, and the cover officer would be there to monitor from a little bit kind of more of a triangular position. So you've got the individual, one officer for contact, one officer for cover. Doesn't necessarily need to be in that order, but then the cover officer looks at maybe intervening if things escalate and we're no longer on sort of speaking terms. And
what's contact? What's the contact officer doing?
Trying to speak with the male.
So the communicator.
Yeah. So sorry, contact would be like the trying to speak and use your communication skills to get an understanding of what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Would either of those officers be communicating information on airwaves to the control room?
It again depends on the circumstances, but if you've got an update that's relevant to the control room, I'd say there's no set rule as to which officer it is. If you feel that there's a significant update, then you can pass that if it's safe to do so.
Thank you. But you say if it's safe to do so.
Yeah.
And what difference, if any, did it make to you knowing that both you and PC Short had been, as you said earlier, OST trained, so officer safety training had been given to both of you?
It just means that you're up to date with current practices, and it kind of gives you that confidence that you've been trained in techniques to keep you safe.
And did you feel confident in the training you'd had in those techniques?
Yeah, to use like CS, communication, kind of restraints, Baton, everything I would feel confident with.
And as far as you're aware, both of you had your equipment with you on your utility belts?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that included spray, handcuffs, baton, your vest and your radio?
Yeah.
Anything else that I've missed out?
No, I was just trying to think, maybe just a pouch with first aid equipment in.
Did you have one of those?
Yeah, I think all officers get issued. And I don't know, sorry if you covered leg restraints as well.
Did you have leg restraints?
Leg restraints, yeah.
Where did you keep those?
So I ran out of space in my belt to access them easily. But the leg restraints, there's basically on the body armour, I don't know if you want me to stand up.
Yes, please do.
So on the body armour, there's a variety of different docks. So you've got docks that I would, by way of terminal, torch. For me, leg restraints are docked here, just because it's easy access for both hands.
Right, thank you. So they're on attached to your uniform in some way?
It's like a plastic clip that you kind of slot it in and it stays on.
Thank you. And then you've told us about your previous experience. Did that previous experience also make you more confident, the experience of dealing with knife incidents?
I wouldn't say you should rest on your laurels. Certainly, I would take each individual incident on its own merits, and I wouldn't go in with a prejudgment of how this is going to play out. So, as much as I've got my experience, I wouldn't say I rested on that experience.
You were still a probationer at the time. Yeah. Now, on that day, am I right in saying you were 5'11" tall and you weighed 13.5 stone?
I did, yes.
Right. And that's when you were examined later that day. I think those are the figures that were given.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something about your PERC statement 263? This is the one given on the 4th of June, 11:55. And on page 1, if we go further down, you'll see at the bottom, you say you were 5'11.5", and you say you were 14.5 stones, and your appearance has not changed since the 3rd of May. Did you put a stone on in a month? And I'm not saying that's difficult, I'm just saying,
no, I don't think I did. It's maybe, I maybe just thought that's what I weighed. Like, I don't own a set of scales at home, so I think that's probably what I assumed I weighed.
So you've given that figure in June, a month later.
Yeah.
But you didn't weigh yourself.
I would have weighed myself at the scales in the gym, but aye, that would probably be from the best of my recollection.
All right. And today, are you a similar weight today to either 13.5 or 14.5?
Probably more close to 14.5.
Okay. Right. We've heard from former PC Short that she's only 5'1", and she wasn't more than 8 stone. What did you think about that? Did you bear that into consideration when you were on the journey?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't look at an officer and think, "Oh, you're tall or you're short." An officer's been trained to the same standard as I have, so that wouldn't really feature in my risk.
Thank you. We've also heard that PC Walker and PC Baton, who arrived before you, were very experienced officers. Was that something you were aware of prior to arriving at Hayfield Road? Either that they'd arrived before you or that they were very experienced officers?
I knew that both Craig and Alan were just kind of experienced. I knew they had more service than me, but I didn't know how much service.
All right. Before you arrived at Hayfield Road, were you aware if all units were attending?
I think that the message for Sergeant Maxwell was that all units should attend if they're kind of free to do so.
And did you assume then that instruction would be followed by all units?
Yeah, all units certainly were either listening to the radio or free from kind of a call or a commitment that they had.
Did you have any expectations as to how many would turn up?
No.
Can I ask you about an airwaves transmission from Inspector Stewart, which is 72013, I think, 72013. It's on page 3 of the spreadsheet. And we heard evidence before that this was the first time that Inspector Stewart came onto the airwaves transmission, onto the group. And he says he's monitoring, obviously from an ARV perspective. If you get sightings of the male, you need to make an initial assessment yourself and feedback through straight away, and I'll listen out on the channel. What was your understanding of that message? Did you hear that message?
Look, I couldn't answer whether or not I remember hearing that message. Looking back on it, so I'd have to rely on my kind of original statement whether or not it's contained in that.
And looking at it now, what's your understanding of what he's requesting?
So what he's requesting is the units that are going to pass back some sort of update so he can figure out, probably using the national decision model, whether or not it meets the criteria for armed response to attend.
And when he refers to initial assessment, is that effectively a risk assessment to assess the situation and gain more information?
Yeah, aye. So you would go obviously and say what you see. Kind of again, if it's safe to do so. But he's referring to us needing to make that initial assessment. So obviously we'd need to establish what's going on, and that would take a little bit of time as well to do that.
How much time? Or is...
I mean, there's nothing set in stone. It could, it could be instantly. You would turn up and there's someone brandishing a knife at you or a gun, and you would know kind of instantly this is a firearms incident. I'll pass that message back. But other incidents, that might not necessarily be instantly obvious. You need to get a steer on what's going on. So that's what would take the time to try and understand what situation you've got in front of you.
Okay. Looking at that message now, do you understand that it would be something you would need to respond to, that you would need to provide feedback if you gained information about what was going on? Yeah. At any time, did you feed back to ACR about what was happening?
Not throughout the incident, because one, it happened so fast, and two, it wasn't safe to do so, because to actually broadcast on the airwave takes up a hand. And that hand could be used to either defend myself or use equipment.
Thank you. At that stage, when you first arrived, did you consider at that point pressing your emergency button?
When I very first arrived. Sorry.
When you arrived?
I wouldn't press my emergency button when I first arrived, just because that then commands the airwave, and I wouldn't know what update to press.
Okay. Is pressing the emergency button an option with a sort of hands-free option?
It is, yeah.
So you wouldn't need a hand to...
Oh, no, sorry, you would need a hand to press the button.
You would need a hand to press the button. All right. You wouldn't need to keep the button pressed down to speak into that.
No, so
All right. Could I have a moment, please?
Yes,
Would that be possible?
Good.
Sorry to interrupt you, Laura, it's clarifying that.
Sorry about
Thank
that.
you.
I'm going to move on from this, thank you. Can I ask you about when you were travelling to this incident at Hayfield Road? Do you have a recollection now of how, if at all, this differed from previous knife incidents that you'd attended?
The volume of calls coming in. It's not just one call; it's more than one call.
And when you say the volume of calls, what are you referring to?
So, like members of the public phoning in to report there's a male brandishing a knife, or along those lines.
What was that unusual?
I would say for a Sunday morning, yeah, and that specific time, unusual. You would maybe get a knife call with one call, and you would go and it's a hoax. So to have more than one member of the public phoning in certainly increases the risk significantly, because it corroborates a single source of effectively evidence.
We've heard that you couldn't hear the calls from the public. That's not on the airwaves transmission. But you were aware that there were more than one call.
Yeah.
Was more than one call coming in. And And you said that was unusual. Had you been to any knife incidents before where there'd been more than one call coming in or multiple calls?
I'm not sure. Like, I couldn't remember that.
How were you feeling on the way to Hayfield Road about attending this incident?
Nobody likes to go to a knife call. Like, there's significant danger there. So obviously there's a natural, probably, fear, I suppose, in the back of your mind. But obviously you remain professional and you still go. But other than probably that would be my natural response anyway. So I can't specifically remember what I would be feeling at the time, but certainly as a natural response, that would be something that would sit in the back of your mind.
And what difference, if any, did it make that the man said to have had the knife was black?
Made no difference at all.
Was that a factor in relation to your assessment of the situation on the route to Hayfield Road?
No.
I'd like to move on to your arrival at Hayfield Road, and what I'm going to do first of all is ask Miss Taylor Smith to play some footage, and I think first of all we'll play footage from 7:20:39 or just prior to that to 7:21:02 or just around those sorts of times, please. And you'll see, if we can pause it for a second, please, you'll see that this spans pages 3 and 4 on the spreadsheet. So we're going to start at 7:20, round about 7:20:39.
Control to Bravo, do we have a description? I missed it.
He's described as male, black, well-built, 6 foot tall, wearing a white t-shirt, dark-coloured jeans and carrying a very large knife.
Commander 4, control, keep off us. Somebody activated the emergency button.
Thank you. And I think if we could go back to 7:20:39 or thereabouts, I'm going to ask you some questions. Did you get an opportunity to watch that on the screen?
Yeah, I kind of flitted between the reconstruction and the Gallicus CCTV.
Would you like to see that again for a second time before I ask you some questions? Would that help? Or are you happy to carry
I should
on?
be all right, I think,
Should
unless
be
you want
okay.
me specifically to look at.
No,
No.
that's fine. So we're now at 7:20:35, and that's quite a convenient time. We've heard by this time that a transit van has arrived and parked on Hayfield Road towards the bus stop there. You may see that actually in the distance on the CCTV.
Yeah.
And then you'll see on the reconstruction that there is a van there. And then on the roundabout at the real time, 7:20:35 there, we see a smaller van going round the roundabout. And if we watch that just for a few seconds, please.
Do we have a description? I missed it.
That's fine, thank you. Pause it there. Do you recognise that van?
The small one, yeah, the
Yes.
fish van.
The fish van. We've heard it called a fish van. Is that the van that you were driving?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And PC Short was in the front passenger seat.
Yeah, she was.
And is that where you parked in Hayfield Road?
Yeah.
And then you'll see from the spreadsheet at 7:20:42, it's on the bottom of page 3, there is an entry that says PC Alan Payton's emergency status is turned on. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Were you conscious that an emergency button had been pressed?
No, I wasn't.
We've heard that this causes the radio to vibrate,
Yeah.
but that wasn't something you were conscious of at that time.
No, if I'd been moving around, I might not necessarily felt the vibration.
So If your van stopped at 7:20:39, what was the first thing that you did at that point, once you'd stopped the van?
I had to put the handbrake on and turn the ignition off and then undo my seatbelt and get out.
How long would that take you?
I think it depends if I get myself tangled in the seatbelt, because it can catch on your belt and your equipment. So, I don't know, 3-4 seconds. I don't know, maybe not as long as that. I don't know.
And during that period of time, that could, if the radio vibrated, you may not be conscious of that.
No, and I think I would have. I think I had the sirens on as well, so I would have had to turn the sirens off.
Right. And if we could just play just for a couple of seconds, please.
Described as male, black, well-built, 6 foot tall, wearing a white t-shirt, dark-coloured jeans and carrying a very large knife.
Thank you. Would you stop it there, please? So you've told us you stopped the car, took your seatbelt off, got out the driver's side of the fish van.
Yeah.
And where did you go?
My recollection is I went around the front of the vehicle, like, not like around it, but like I would have had the vehicle on my left side and walked kind of off. And
Straight ahead?
Straight ahead, yeah.
Right. Where was PC Short?
She was somewhere behind me, I think.
Right. I'm going to be asking you questions about this period of time, your initial arrival at the scene. You'll see in your statement that this covers paragraphs 7 to 23. So I think there's about 5 or more pages of description from you in your statement. And I'm going to go through this with you. And as I go through this, I'd like to look at an image from, it's a 3D reconstruction. And you may have watched this yesterday with PC Short or last week with PC Walker. And I'm going to ask you to look at either image 5 or 6. And can we have a look at 6 as well, please? So it's just so you see what 5 and 6 are. So 6 is taken from a sort of aerial shot of Hayfield Road. You'll see the roundabout at the top of this screen, which is the roundabout with Henry Road and Hayfield Road. And you'll see the transit van near the bus stop and the fish van behind.
Yep.
And if we could go back to number 5, and you'll see this from the other side of Hayfield Road to the vans. Again, you'll see the transit van and the fish van, transit vans in the bus stop area. And happy to use either of these at any time, but as you've probably seen with other witnesses, I'm going to ask you to describe where you were and where others were.
Okay.
And we'll get you to touch the screen. There'll be red circles available or lines, purple lines. So could we maybe start with number 5? Would you be happy to use number 5 at the moment?
Yeah, I think either or would be.
Would either be okay? Well, let's start with number 5. Can you show us on this screen where you were when you got out of the fish van and you stood at the front?
Just tap it.
You just tap it. And please, you can, if you don't like where you've positioned it, we can either remove it or you can keep your finger on it and it'll move about, or you can drop it down to the bottom of the screen and we'll do something else. So you've put that on the van at the driver's side.
Yeah.
So quite close to the front of the van, but still with the van on your left-hand side.
Yeah, so when I immediately got out, yeah.
Yeah. And then where was PC Short?
She would have been on the passenger side.
The other side. And would that be on the pavement area?
I don't know how. I think maybe the van was touching the pavement, so I assume it must have been.
Okay.
It wasn't in the bushes like I've.
No,
But
fine.
no, it was on the pavement.
You probably realise we're going to be able to refine these positions later. So Mr. Di Giovanni will prepare further images And I'll ask you to refine them later on, either today or whenever. So when you got out and you're at the front of the van, can you tell us what could you see?
The first thing that I could see when I got out of the van, do you want me to touch the screen?
Yes, please do.
Was PC Walker, and he was stood somewhere in that area, towards the front of the 19 van.
Is that the transit van?
The transit van, sorry, yeah.
Was that its call number or something? Alpha 19?
Yeah, so Alpha 19 would normally be the call sign for the crew using the big van, so I just always referred to it as the 19 van.
All right. So he's towards the front on the passenger side of that van. Was he on the pavement?
I can't remember now whether or not he was on the pavement or the road, but certainly in that general area towards like the front passenger door of the van, like going towards like the front, I don't know what you'd call it, panel that goes over the wheel. Does that make sense?
Wheel arch?
Aye, the wheel arch, yeah, so it's near the front wheel arch of the passenger side of the van.
What was he doing?
When I got out of my van, and the first thing I seen him do was that. So he put his hands to his face.
Had you seen what had happened?
No, so me exiting the vehicle, that's the first thing that I'm confronted with was basically that.
What did you think?
Mr. Byle was, I would say, within arm's reach of PC Walker, so my initial thought, given the number of the calls in relation to a knife, was that PC Walker had been slashed to the face or injured to the face, hence the reason he's put his hands up.
Could you point out on the screen where Mr. Byle was?
Oops.
And circle 4, does that appear on the pavement area of Hayfield Road?
I don't know whether it's on the pavement or kind of close to the pavement or curb line, as you probably call it, but certainly it was within, I'd say, the arm's reach.
What direction was PC Walker facing? You can't point it out on this screen. We'll be able to refine it later.
He was facing, like, towards the direction of Gallicus, which, if you look at this picture, would be to the left of the picture. Does that make sense? Like the direction of the fish van.
The footage we watched a moment ago was from a CCTV on Gallicus pub. So that was past the roundabout with Henry Road and Hayfield Road that we've seen. And what direction was Mr. Byle facing?
The opposite way. So he was like facing PC Walker, looking in the direction of, obviously, like the hospital direction.
So they were facing each other?
Facing each other, yeah.
Can you describe Mr. Byle when you first saw him?
I didn't see, obviously I seen the back of him, I didn't see the front of him, but he was close to, as I say, within arm's reach of PC Walker.
Could you tell anything about his position or his demeanour from the back?
No, because I couldn't see his face or kind of what he had in his hands or anything like that.
Could you hear anything at that point?
I never heard anything, no.
Where was PC Payton?
I never actually saw PC Payton.
How far were you from Mr. Byle and PC Walker?
So I've see when I've got in my van, I see where 1 is. If I click again, I don't necessarily know if I've got as far as 5, but as obviously I've seen what's unfolding in front of me. I've moved probably towards position number 5, so I don't know distance-wise what that would be.
That's just before the pavement on Hayfield Road appears to curve round slightly to the left.
I don't think I ever got as far as the bus stop.
Right. When you were in position number 5, where was PC Short?
I thought she was somewhere behind me, but I don't know where exactly behind me. I don't know if it's to my left or to my right, but I had an awareness she was there.
When you were in position number 5, could you see PC Payton?
No.
How long did it take you to get from position 1 to position 5?
Not long.
What did you do when you were at position 5?
When I got, obviously, as far as position number 5, Mr. Bile started to then walk away from PC Walker, and I started to shout, like, get down, like, stop what you're doing, to try and gain some sort of control.
What direction did Mr. Bile walk in? Do you want to use an arrow for this?
Please.
We'll get that on the screen if you give us a moment. Thank you. You can use the arrow now. Thank you. So Mr. Biles turned round at that point and walked away from PC Walker.
Yeah.
And you've drawn that arrow, number 6, towards, we've heard, what is a path between the trees. When you saw that, can you describe Mr. Bile?
He was walking with a purpose.
What do you mean by that?
It's hard to describe. It's like a I don't know, bounce, sort of like a, not a skip in his step, that would be wrong, but like a I don't know if you'd really call it swagger, but more of a kind of meaningful movement, like larger strides, and like it's hard to put into words.
Would you be able to demonstrate it?
I could demonstrate easily, and I could describe it. Yeah.
Lovely, thank you. Now, as I've said to other witnesses, there's a bit of sticky tape on the floor,
Yep.
and if you can stand in that general area, but give us a moment so it'll become obvious on the screens, and then everyone in the room can see what you're demonstrating.
Yep.
We won't have audio necessarily, so I may not be able to hear what you're saying, but I'll bring you back to the microphone. Thank you. So if you come out, please, and demonstrate what you've been describing.
So if I was to demonstrate, it would be kind of like that.
Thank you. And if you want to come back to your microphone. As you did that, you clenched your fists. Was that how Mr. Bile was walking?
Aye.
Yeah, thank you. In the direction of the path.
Yeah.
Where was PC Walker?
PC Walker never followed. I don't know where he went. I just remember him raising his hands to his face, so I don't know if he stayed where he was or whether he took cover, or I don't know.
At that point, had you seen PC Baton?
No.
When Sheku Bile walked towards the path, as you've demonstrated, was there anything you noticed about him at that stage, other than obviously the manner in which he was walking?
He wasn't, like, we were obviously shouting, like, stop, or kind of words to that effect. I don't know specifically what I shouted, but it would have been, can try and get some sort of response or control, but he wasn't like responding. Like, he wasn't showing any sign of what I was shouting across, like, to be sinking in, or like there was nothing that would have indicated that he'd like either wanted to listen or understood what I was saying.
Were you getting any reaction from Mr. Bile?
No.
Could you see his face at that point?
I would have been able to see his face, but I couldn't tell you what kind of facial expression he had.
Was there anything you noticed about him, other than the manner in which he was walking along? Anything you noticed about his mood or his demeanour?
I mean, in that short time that I'd been in his presence, I don't think I could accurately describe a kind of mood, other than he looked like he was on a mission.
Right. Are you able to describe his physique at that time?
I was well built, muscular, looked like somebody who enjoyed going to the gym.
So at that stage, what was your assessment of the situation?
My assessment was obviously that there remains to be obviously the concern of a knife. My assessment now is I think I've got an officer incapacitated because of the way that PC Walker's raised his hands to his face, and the male's, significantly well built. They're all kind of things that I would consider in trying to approach the male would probably do me serious harm with what I've just seen. The fact that obviously, as I say, PC Walker's raised his hands to his face. The fact that I couldn't see PC Payton was also a concern because I had no idea where he was, and I knew they'd arrived as a crew. They were paired together, so his absence from my field of vision gave me concern as well that something might have happened to him.
Why did you not feed back that information to the ACR at that time?
Because it was all happening too quickly. It wouldn't have been safe for me to get on the radio and also try and give commands, verbal commands. I couldn't, it was impossible.
What did you do after you've described Mr. Bio walking towards the path? What did you do at that stage?
So what I'll do is I'll just draw a line on. So Mr. Bio obviously kept walking along the path.
Now, before you move on there, you've drawn a line which has a number 7 on it.
Yeah.
Is the end of that line where he reached in the path?
I don't necessarily know where he reached, but I don't think he got any further than that.
All right.
And I'll kind of be able to come on to that shortly because...
Okay. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, that's all right. So basically from my position at number 5, I've then mirrored kind of the movement in terms of walking along to be kind of walking parallel with him so that I could continue to shout commands, along the lines of get on the floor, stop what you're doing, but nothing was working. And by walking along with him, it would have allowed me to keep up with him and to avoid him maybe not understanding that kind of was directing my request at him. I was shouting at the top of my voice so that even if he didn't, hear me with the kind of level of volume I'm speaking just now, there was no doubt that I was shouting something at least. I would have expected some sort of response from that.
Do you want to demonstrate the level of shouting that you were adopting?
I don't know if it'll... Is it all right to shout and hear that?
I'd appreciate if you would demonstrate that.
So obviously we're speaking just now, but if I was out on the street, it would be, get back, stay where you are! Okay, to avoid any, basically, dubiety of the, I'm shouting something, I would have expected a response back from that. I'm not a member of the public. I've seen a few people jump, and I apologise for that. But I'm not a member of the public. Hearing that on the street, I would have expected some sort of response.
Mm-hmm. And looking at the arrow you've drawn on the screen, obviously these arrows are straight lines, but arrow 8, you would have been going round the fish van, walking parallel, were you?
I don't know necessarily if I went round this side of
the driver's side?
The driver's side. I don't know if I went round that or the passenger side, but certainly that's the general area of movement that I was going in.
Thinking back now, do you have any recollection of which side it was? No.
No, I'd have to rely on my statement or the CCTV.
I'll go back to the CCTV in a moment, actually. That might assist you. Where was PC short?
Again, I had an awareness that she was somewhere but behind me.
Do you want to point on the screen to where you think she was?
So, kind of as I was moving along, say, for example, if I'm here...
Do you want the red circles?
Please, yeah.
Yes, please. If we can have those back, please.
So if I was there, I thought that PC short was somewhere either there or there.
Right. So your position for number 8 is yourself, And PC Short's position is either 9 or 10.
Yeah, it's somewhere along that kind of...
Behind you,
Yeah.
in some direction. Were you conscious at that time of what she was doing?
No.
Was there anyone else in that area at that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
When you shouted to Shekabayo, what was the reaction?
I didn't get a reaction.
Nothing at all. Did he turn round?
No.
What did you do?
As he was walking off, I would have drawn my CS spray and issued, again, commands: stop, stay where you are, get back, and shouted that I had CS spray in front of to stop.
Right. At that moment, had you seen a knife in the possession of Mr. Bayou?
But I couldn't assume there wasn't one because of the number of calls. He could have had it concealed at any point on his person.
So you hadn't seen one? You're
No.
shaking your head, right? So you've taken out your CS spray. Before we move on to this, can I ask you to look... Oh, no, actually, I won't leave the screen in case we lose any of the circles on it. You've taken out your spray. What stance did you adopt at that stage?
It would have been, I would call it a bladed stance or defensive stance, where you stand with like your weak foot in front of you and your stronger foot behind you.
Would you mind coming out and demonstrating that again? Yeah. I think I'll just finish this bit.
So that would be a bladed stance or defensive stance.
And can you demonstrate to the chair and the assessors how you would hold your spray?
Like that.
Thank you. If you come back to the microphone. So you had your left hand up and your right hand is at your side holding your spray.
Yeah.
With your left foot forward.
Yep.
In holding your left hand up, was that a means of communicating?
It can really be almost like, well, that in case the person gets too close and you can fend them back, and by that I mean push them back. It's also not a rangefinder as such, but you can use it to kind of like aim, as it were. And obviously you can point as well when you've got your hand in that position, and to make kind of sure that the individual, obviously Mr. Baton, knew that I was meaning him, you, by that kind of movement.
Right, I'm going to move on and go back to some of your statements and ask you more questions about this incident. But I think I'm conscious of the time, and I wonder whether now would be an appropriate time to have...
This would be a good time for a break, so we'll stop for 25 minutes. Ms. Graham.
Thank you. We were talking about you having drawn your CS spray and having adopted a defensive stance.
Yeah.
And I'd like to move on to get you to describe what you did with your CS spray. Now, just to let you know, paragraph 22 of your inquiry statement deals with CS spray in the top half of that paragraph. Just so you can see that. So you've already provided the chair with some information about that, and you've described using your spray twice, and I wonder if you could help us understand a little bit more about how you used your spray. Now, on the screen, we'd been using the screen to see where you were, and I'd quite like a clean sheet if that's all right. And thank you, perfect. And so this is number 5. Oh. Now, can you again point to the screen and tell us where you were when you adopted your defensive stance with the spray?
Yeah.
These are indicative marks. We'll be able to refine them in due course.
I just remember there being an opening in the trees and there being no like shrubbery in front of me. So when I drew the line on earlier on, that I think it was number 7, and I kind of said I think it was either that was the furthest point. So the point that I think I was at was there because of the opening in the trees, but equally
I see.
I could have been there because there's an opening in the trees.
All right. So you were in an opening of the trees. Now,
Yeah.
it may be that we'll be able to narrow those options down in due course. We'll be able to see lines of sight and things when Mr. De Giovanni's here.
Yeah.
But could we hear your description, assuming number 1, that was your first choice, assuming you're there, you've adopted the stance, you've taken your CS spray out, tell us what you did.
I drew it and I would continue to shout, obviously, stop what you're doing, stay where you are. And when that has not had any effect, I would have issued a warning, in which if you don't stop what you're doing, I'll use my spray. And again, nothing. So I sprayed initially, and the reason I sprayed twice is one, when I did my initial burst, because you're shown to use initial bursts of CS or Parva, so that if you miss, you've then got the option to kind of spray again. And when I sprayed my initial burst, it's a case of on-off, it's no longer than on-off. And it fires out, obviously, a jet of incapacitating spray, and the wind that day just blew it away. So the next time the way I kind of overcame that was I just kept my finger on the trigger, the button, and then I guided the spray in, so the wind was basically blowing it, and I could physically see that the spray was bending. So rather than it keep missing, I just basically went like that into the wind. So I would stay still, and I would basically guide the stream onto, obviously, Mr. Boyle.
Right. I'll go back over that with you if you don't mind. So we're working with number 1 at the moment. We can refine that later. How far was Mr. Boyle from you at that stage?
It was within, I would say, probably 12 to 15 feet, something like that, whatever the distance is from that pavement to the path.
Point to the area on the path where he was. What direction was he facing?
That's not much use, is it? Towards the Gallicas.
So towards the left of, as we look at
Towards the
the
left
screen.
of the screen, if you look at it, yeah.
And what direction were you facing?
Directly at Mr. Boyle, so
Right.
he's facing, obviously, left, I'm facing, in a northward direction, kind of towards him.
Thank you. And you've described the short burst of spray. How long does that last?
You would just keep your finger on and then just take it off, just as quick as you could do that. But that would be enough, in training when you do that, that's enough to give you enough, spray to travel and hit the intended target.
But your recollection today is that that did not connect.
No, the wind, basically when I've sprayed, the wind just took it. So it actually just totally missed. I don't know where it went, but I just know it blew it off into basically nowhere.
Which direction was the wind coming from?
Sort of from, if you look at this picture, from left to right, so blowing towards the big van.
Thank you. And so you've then described that you made a second attempt with your spray.
Yeah.
And you kept your thumb on the button.
Yeah.
And how long did you keep your thumb on the button?
I don't know if I took my thumb off or whether the can just finished, but it was until nothing came out.
How long does it take for a CS spray to reach empty?
I don't know, because we never in training, because of the way you do the scenarios repeatedly, you always do short bursts, because to fill the training aids is, I think, probably quite expensive. I think it's from what I've been told. So you always just train with short bursts so that you can increase the longevity of the training aids. But I don't know how long it would take from start to finish.
Do you actually use CS spray in training?
No, you use water. So like a training CS or Parva, I think, has got a blue lid, whereas a live or one that's filled with Parva or CS, Parva now has got a red lid, so you can distinguish between the two, and you would never spray a red live Parva in just your OST refresher. You get exposed to the college, but you wouldn't spray colleagues with Parva.
And you've talked about directing the spray of the CS. Does it come out as a spray or does it come out as a jet?
It comes out as a jet. So if you imagine, the easiest way to describe it for somebody who's maybe never seen that is like a water pistol. Like, can you imagine the jet of water that comes out of a water pistol? It's like that, but under more pressure.
Mm-hmm. And you described, as you were gesturing, sitting there, that you moved your hand towards the direction of the wind.
Yeah. Just instinctively, if the wind's going to blow it away, I can move the stream of CS, and I know that obviously it will then curve in. Maybe not as accurate, but it does the same job.
Did that second attempt connect with Mr. Bio?
It did.
Where on Mr. Bio did it connect?
I'd need to go back to my statement. I know it connected somewhere in this kind of region.
Please feel free to look at paragraph 22 of your statement. Well, I'll read this out actually, rather than remove the image from the screen. It says, I attempted to spray Mr. Bio using a short burst, but this had no effect. I readjusted my aim and again sprayed Mr. Bio to no effect. My second attempt at spraying Mr. Bio used an extended spray due to the prevailing wind conditions and the need for me to try and continually readjust my aim to guide the jet of incapacitating spray towards the intended target, his face and eyes.
Yeah.
So, where did it connect with Mr. Bio?
I'm able to look at my original statement.
Yes, please feel free. So this is PERC 00265. And I think on page 3, you will see that there's reference in paragraph 2 to you getting your CS spray out.
Yeah.
And describing the wind was strong. And you say, you got page 3, the first spray missed him due to the wind, so I adjusted my aim and sprayed again. The spray curved in the wind, but again missed his face and hit the top of his left neck or shoulder area. He had stopped walking when I sprayed him. I shouted for him to get on the floor. I emptied my full CS spray on him and kept my finger on it until it was empty. The CS spray had no effect. There was no reaction from him, and it was almost as if I had squirted him with water.
Yeah.
So your recollection when you gave your statement to PERC on the 4th of June 2015 to DSI Brian Dodd was that it hit the top of Sheku Bayo's left neck or shoulder area.
Yeah. So that would have been the closest point to me.
If CS spray hits someone in that area, is that sufficient to incapacitate them?
You would normally expect it to have some effect. Each individual person is obviously different as to how they would be affected by it, but CS spray is different from Parva in the fact that it kind of like it disperses in the kind of immediate area, and it would normally just have that reaction with your eyes and kind of your airways, and the fact that it either make you cough or you would put your hands up to your face.
So it's not necessary to have it sprayed onto your face
No, I mean
or your
that's
eyes?
probably close enough to have probably a full dose. If I don't know if dose is necessarily the correct way of saying it, but certainly to feel the effects of basically CS from being hit there or kind of that area should normally be enough.
What reaction did Mr. Bayo have?
None.
Were you still shouting at the time that you were spraying?
Yeah, I would have been shouting continually. I don't know exactly what words, but kind of it's drilled into you when you do your OST. It's get back, stay back, or stop what you're doing, get on the floor, and it would have been a reiteration of kind of those, having issued already the command that if you don't stop what you're doing, I'll spray.
So you're shouting and getting no reaction. You've sprayed and got no reaction.
Yeah.
Was there any reaction from Mr. Bayo to any of the things you were doing?
No, but he did eventually turn and basically face me and Nicole.
What caused him to turn?
I don't know if it was the shouting or maybe the feeling. I don't know what caused him to turn, but I kind of thought at that point I had his attention at least.
And you've said he turned to you and PC Short?
Yeah, I don't necessarily again know where exactly she was, but I had an awareness that she was close by behind me. So in turning to look at me, it was also would have been facing PC Short as well.
When he turned to face you, tell us what you could see. Describe him for us.
He's basically just, I think I've described it in my original statement as a dirty lock, or certainly that's the best way to describe it. Just kind of like, I don't even know if I could reproduce it with my own face to give you an idea, but kind of, he just looked at us, and my kind of fear at that point was that he was maybe sizing us up, or because I'd sprayed him, he was looking at me, and his attention was solely focused on me. But that gave me obviously, I'd achieved what I'd wanted to achieve in that I'd got his attention, and I thought that would allow me then to start communicating with him, but he wasn't saying anything, still wasn't responding, he was now just looking. And basically I thought we were going to get attacked.
You used the word sizing us up, and then you said me. What do you mean by that?
Like if somebody's gonna have a fight or gonna get close to somebody, you kind of like look them up and down, and almost taking, I think, to your mind, kind of how maybe big a person is, how, what am I up against almost. I don't know if that's what I kind of mean by the phrase like sizing up, so taking in who I am as a person now.
And you say you got his attention and you thought that might allow you to communicate. At that stage, when you say it might allow you to communicate, were you still thinking about the possibility that you could converse with him or speak to him?
That's always on your mind throughout, kind of running throughout this. If there's a way to end this by conversation, then absolutely, that's what I want.
What would you have needed his response to be to allow you to engage in that communication?
Just anything. And you know, he could have said anything to me, or it could have just been him just standing there for an extended period of time, allowing me then to go, you know, try and build some sort of rapport with him. Is there anything I can do to help you? Like, what's going on? You know, things like that would have been my probably go-to phrases, but I wasn't afforded that opportunity because he then decided to charge.
So even at that stage, after you'd used your CS spray, you still would have been willing to communicate?
Yeah.
You then say he decided to charge.
Mm.
Tell us what happened then.
He basically ran from his position at 3 to my position at 1, and I actually thought he was running at me. So, because fearing that I was going to be attacked, I put my parva back in its holder. I must have got quite lucky because there's only a small clip to get your parva to slide on back to its holder, and then I drew my baton initially as a defensive kind of mechanism. But I remember being confused because he seemed to veer off to my right, and I was a bit confused as to what was going on, and the fact that he hadn't attacked me. And I basically pivoted 180 on my feet. So basically, instead of looking north on as you look at the image, I was then kind of looking almost south or in a general south direction, and I seen him basically running after PC short.
When you withdrew your baton, were you still in position 1?
Yeah, I would have been.
Where do you keep your baton?
On my left side, so you basically wear a utility belt, and it's just like a thicker belt that you would wear on jeans or suit trousers, and that has attachments. So my baton is kept on my left side because I'm right-handed, so it allows you to draw across the body.
And you've said you pivoted 180. I wonder, looking at the image again, what direction, you could maybe indicate what direction you were facing?
Has it got
you could just describe it.
All right. So initially, like facing from 1 facing to 3, so looking at 3, and then as the circle 3 moves past.
Do you want? We'll provide you with a purple line, and you can show us where Mr. Bayou, which direction he went in. Right. Thank you. And describe where you pivoted to.
Like.
You've told us you were facing towards the number 3 red circle.
So it would have been facing the tip of the arrow now.
So pivoting round to the direction in which you've drawn the arrow.
Yeah.
So was that towards the middle of Hayfield Road?
Yeah, towards the middle of the road.
And when you pivoted, describe what you saw.
What I saw was Mr. Bayou strike PC short with his fist to the back of her head. She wasn't wearing a hat, so that impact would be fist on head. So it was the back of her head, and that action caused her to fall or lose balance, and she fell forward onto the road.
When you say the back of the head, where do you mean?
So, like that area.
You're pointing to the back of your head. No,
yeah.
It seems to be in the middle. Is that right, or?
Aye, just that kind of general area. I couldn't pinpoint a specific area, but like from what I remember, it's the back of the head.
Where was PC short when this happened? Could you put a red circle on the screen? That's number 5.
Yep.
What force did he use?
From where I was standing, a lot, because it knocked her, like, so off balance that she's fallen forward. So I would imagine to do that would require a lot of force.
And you've talked about her falling forward. How did she fall forward? Are you able to describe that?
Full length, basically. If you imagine, like, a child going down a slip and slide. I'm just trying to think of things that would be similar in terms of movement, like that. Kind of putting her arms out and taking basically a dive towards the road.
And what position did she fall into?
Like flat on the road, so like it would have been sort of the front of her body and face, and that underside of her arms would have been touching the road.
And are you able to indicate on this image, image 5, where she fell?
From where she was hit, I don't know how far she's gone, but it would have been in kind of, I don't know which side it was. I don't remember the cars. But I don't know if it was either 6 or 7, but kind of like, it wasn't forward, it was kind of, I don't know, I felt like she fell at an angle, if that makes sense. So it wasn't like perpendicular to the road. I felt like she fell at an angle.
Can you describe the angle, or could you show us with a purple line?
Yeah, I can show you with a purple line.
Give us a moment to get the lines onto the screen.
It's not helpful by the number 8, but that kind of like slanty angle.
So angled further down Hayfield Road from where you were?
Yeah.
How long did she remain in that position?
She remained in that position until I became involved in the restraint of Mr. Boyle.
How long was that?
I don't know how long that would have been. It felt like forever, but I know obviously it wasn't forever. It was all happening so fast that I couldn't accurately say how long it was from that point to the point of restraint.
You've said you became involved. Tell us what you did.
When Mr. Boyle had punched PC short, she's fallen down on the floor. What I remember is she's tried to push herself up, but then he stamped on her back, which has caused her to basically I thought he killed her.
Tell us how she tried to push herself up.
Using her hands.
And did she succeed in doing that?
No.
What happened when she tried to do that?
He stamped on her again.
At any time at that point, were you aware of her being curled up in a fetal
No.
position? Holding the back of her head, the bun on her hair?
I can't remember that.
Where was Mr. Bio when Nicole Short was flat on the ground?
He was directly behind her, stamping on her.
Was that closer to you or closer to the other side of Hayfield Road?
Probably closer to the other side of Hayfield Road, I would say.
Might be easier if we get another clean image of this. Thank you. So, again, would you just put a red circle around the position where Nicole Short was on the ground? Thank you. Is that where she was on the ground?
I think so.
Okay.
It was there or thereabouts.
Right. And point to the, or indicate the position where Mr. Bio was. So that's just beside her. Her head is to the other pavement on Hayfield Road.
Yeah, so her head would be pointing toward, as I said, I don't remember the cars, but her head would have been like that direction.
That direction. And what direction was Mr. Bio facing?
Now, as you look at this picture to the right, so Hayfield Road, Kirkcaldy Hospital, down Hayfield Road.
Down Hayfield Road to the right as we look at the screen. And where were you when you saw this? How far away were you?
I don't know, maybe that's not as accurate as I thought. Could I move that down a little bit?
You can move those around. If you touch them, you can move them around. Or we can remove 3 and you can...
And maybe probably more towards the curb line. So from the distance of the curb line to the centre of the road would have been the distance that I'd have been away when I seen that.
Right, so you're number 3. You're in that general area. How was Mr. Bio positioned when he stamped on Miss Short?
Like at the, not directly over her, but at the side of her, so that he could use his foot to stamp her back.
Right. Where on her back did he make contact?
Like the centre. So when you've got a body armour, it's got the word police written on it. And I remember it being somewhere below the word police. I can't say specifically where on the body armour, but it wasn't above the word police and it wasn't at the side. It was on the way the panels are and the way they bend around the body. They form flat points. It looks like they form flat points. And it was on basically a large flat section of her back.
We actually have a model vest, and it may be easier if we just hand that to you. And if you could hold that up and demonstrate to the chair and to the assessors what area you're describing there.
Sort of this. You can kind of see the stitching creates like a flat patch. So somewhere in this area.
So beneath the police badge
so
on the
beneath
back,
that,
in the
somewhere
centre, somewhere in that
that
area.
area.
Thank you. And just put that down, please. Can you describe how Mr. Bio was standing when he stamped on PC Short?
The movement or just the...
Yeah. I'm going to ask you to demonstrate.
Yeah.
Would you find that easier?
Probably. Aye.
Again, I'm not going to ask you to speak when you do it, but what I'd like you to do is come out and then demonstrate how he was standing, and I'd like you to demonstrate the force that he used and the number of times he stamped.
Okay.
Thank you. And then I'll come bring you back to the
Yep.
microphone. Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like you to demonstrate how he was standing, please.
So, like,
Thank you. And that's your right leg that's
Yeah.
lifted. And I'd like you to demonstrate the force, please.
I don't know if it was right or left, but
All right.
I'm obviously right foot, so if that makes sense.
Right. Well, I'll get you to demonstrate the force, please. Thank you. Please go back to the microphone. Now, you said there you weren't sure if it was Mr. Bio's right or left leg.
No, not like I can't recall that now. Probably at the time I would have been able to recall, but I'm right. Like my right side is my dominant side, so like that's how I would like.
That's how you would replicate the force used.
I don't think I could do it on my left foot even if I tried.
All right. Thinking back now, do you have any recollection about whether it was his right or left leg?
At the present time, no, I couldn't say with that unless it's contained in my original statement.
Okay. We'll come on to that in a moment. Right. Let's look at your original statement. So that's PERC 263. And this is your statement dated 4th of June 2015. And we'll look at page 3. And there should be paragraph 3. We looked at this a short while ago, and it starts, he ran past me. It's coming onto the screen now. He ran past me, and do you see that?
Yeah, I've got that, yeah.
And I turned round right about 180 degrees to see him chasing Nicole. She was running across the road away from the bus stop. He caught up with her and punched the back of her head. She didn't have her police hat on, and neither did I. She fell to ground face down when he punched her, and she tried to protect her head and push herself up with her hands at the same time. I ran over to assist her, but before I got there, he stomped on her back with his foot with a great deal of force. He put his full body weight into the stomp and used his arms to gain leverage. After he did this, she went back to the floor and never moved. I thought he had killed her. He stomped on her back again with the same force, and she wasn't moving. And is that's the description you gave to PERC on the 4th of June? And where you say she fell to ground face down when he punched her, and she tried to protect her head and push herself up with her hands at the same time, what did you mean when you said that?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure. From obviously reading that, I'm going to assume as she was on the floor, she tried like that.
But you don't have any recollection of that?
I don't have any recollection, no. Not at the present time.
So if there's any difference between this statement and what you said today, what do you think the chair should prefer?
The statement, because it was fresh in my mind at the time.
Right, thank you. And do you remember now how long you've described the stamping? Do you remember how long that took?
Again, because it was all happening so quickly, I couldn't say with any accuracy like how long that would have taken. There's obviously a stamp and then what I would say is a reload, and by that what I mean is getting your body back into the same position to stamp again. So it's whatever time it would have taken to stamp and then reload and stamp again.
Would it be similar to the time it took you to demonstrate?
Yeah, I think so.
What did you do?
I honestly thought he'd killed her. Or was in the process of killing her. So because I had my baton out, I used my baton to deliver a blow. I deemed that the only option I had was to use my baton, because if I'd have ran, I think I would have probably ended up. My fear was if I'd fallen, I'm on the floor as well, and the floor is not a safe place to be. When you're dealing with something like that, you can't run away. And trying to strike a leg isn't an option because that's moving about again. The arms moving about, and I want him to stop. So I struck him in the head area.
And you struck him with your baton.
Yes.
Where in the head area did you strike him?
I remember initially the first blow was from back of head to what would be, if you imagine drawing a line through someone's head, it would be from back to the jawline area.
Do you want to show us on your own head?
Yeah, so sort of from that to kind of jawline.
So that's behind your left ear towards your jaw?
Yeah, somewhere in that area. But the reason I say diagonally is because that would have been like the way my body would have moved. Do you know, it would have been a natural diagonal sort of down.
And once you'd done that, what happened?
It didn't stop him. So I delivered 2 more baton strikes to that general area, but I don't know where they would have connected, or if they did connect, I couldn't say. I'd have to rely on my original statement, but that stopped him.
When you say the first strike didn't stop him, what was he doing at that point?
Well, I think this first strike, obviously, it was timed so that, just coincidental timing, that he wasn't actually stomping on her, but it didn't move him away from her, it didn't cause him to fall, it didn't cause him to turn around, and my fear was that he was going to do it again, so I didn't want to gamble on the what if, so I delivered 2 more strikes, and that was enough to cause him to basically turn around and look at me and do that.
So he turned towards you?
Yeah.
What was PC Short doing at that moment?
She wasn't moving.
Had she remained on the ground?
Yeah.
Are you able to help the chair and the assessors understand the force that you used when you were delivering those strikes?
I couldn't say with any, huge accuracy how much force would have been used. The first blow certainly would have been probably my strongest blow because the subsequent 2 blows, I've been shouting, I've sprayed, I've had to run across. So the subsequent 2 blows are probably softer than the first initial blow, but it certainly wasn't enough to stop him from what he was doing.
And I wonder if you could have a look at a baton for me, please. Now, we've had a demonstration with the baton yesterday, but we understand it's extendable.
Yes.
So what I'd like you to do, first of all, and not to use it at the witness table, but I'd like you to come out and show the chair and the assessors how it extends, and then I'd like you to demonstrate the force you used with the strikes. Thank you. So first of all, if you could demonstrate how it becomes an extendable. Thank you.
In a position that I've extended down and into what I would call a high carry. It's high because it's on your shoulder. It's not the side of your shoulder, but it's on the top. And then obviously my hand for fend off.
Okay. And then I'd like you to demonstrate the strikes that you used. Thank you.
So I can only remember clearly the first strike. But it would have been.
Right. And do you remember, or can you demonstrate the second and third strike?
No, it would be, at the present time, it would be guesswork.
Right. If you could come back to the microphone, please.
Graham, just for the transcript, if you could just sum up what he did there, what he said, because he didn't pick up, the microphone didn't pick up what he said about not being able to demonstrate the second and third.
Yes, yes. So just to sum up there, PC Tomlinson, you initially demonstrated how the baton can be extended by a sharp movement with your right hand down to your right side.
Yeah, it's not the only way it can be extended. There are other ways, but that would be
That's the way you extended
the way
it
that I
day.
would prefer to extend things. Yeah.
And then I asked you to demonstrate the strikes that you used on the day, and you were able to demonstrate the first, but at the moment you're unable to recall the second and third strike.
Yeah, I don't want to guess. So I right now I couldn't say. So I'd have to kind of fall back on my original statement.
But do you feel that the demonstration that you've given of the first strike
Yeah.
is the level of force that you used on the day?
Yeah.
Thank you. And then I'd like to go back to the statement, the PERC statement that we have in front of us, which is still on the screen. This was the statement that you gave to PERC on the 4th of June 2015. And if we could look at page 3, paragraph 4, and we can just see it at the bottom of the screen, so if we move up slightly, thank you. And I'll just read this out. I struck him with my baton once to his head. It was to the left-hand side to his head, diagonally from the back of the head to his jaw. And that's actually what you've told us today. He stopped stomping on Nicole at that point. I think I hit him again, which was about 2 or 3 times in total, to the head area. He turned around and took up a boxing sort of stance with both fists clenched in at his chest. And again, that's what you've described to us today. I thought he was going to attack me again, so I struck him 2 or 3 times with my baton to his arms. At that time, I thought he was trying to kill me now after killing Nicole. Now, can I ask you about those 2 sentences?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to attack me again, so I struck him 2 or 3 times with my baton to his arms. Did you strike him with the baton 2 or 3 times to his arms?
I don't know if it would have been his arms, but I was going for like because he was like that. What I was trying to go for was like, so if I was going to get punched, I'm hoping that actually connecting the baton with Mr. Byler's hands or arms might take the power out of it if it comes to me getting punched.
Right. So you again used your baton towards his arms, but you're pointing also to the hands area. Do you remember now where, or if you connected with him? I mean, you've said that I struck him 2 or 3 times with my baton to his arms.
I think if I've said I've struck him, I must have connected. But as I said, right now I can't remember if the baton actually connected or if it did, what portion of the baton connected. But if I've said in my original statement I struck him, I would take it from that I've connected.
So again, if there's a difference, the chair should prefer this statement. And where you say, I thought he was going to attack me again, can I ask you, had there been an attack previously?
No, I think...
What do you mean by that?
So the initial thought of him attacking me was when he charged and ran past. So again, I've had that same reoccurring thought, I think I'm going to get attacked.
So, but he hadn't attacked you at that point?
No, he hadn't attacked me, but that thought had obviously entered my mind now twice.
Right. So again, you thought he was going to attack you. Did he make any contact with you at this moment?
No.
And you say at that time, I thought he was trying to kill me now after killing Nicole. Is that what your thought process was at the time?
Yeah, if I was to put it professionally, I thought, well, this is it. Like, I'm not going home.
Right. I want to go back over some of the information that you've given us before I move on from here? Was there anything else at that stage that Mr. Bio did? Because you've not given us any information about this in your statement.
No.
Well, I'd like to go back over a few things about this section of events. Can I ask you first of all to think back to your use of the CS spray?
Yeah.
Were you aware or did you consider that the use of spray can make someone react more aggressively?
There is obviously that potential that it could make somebody obviously have an increased amount of anger, but it wouldn't be something that would deter me from spraying it. Because to have that consideration and doubt in your mind, that would probably be enough time for somebody to close down that gap on you that you've got for safety. So no, I mean I would have considered it, but it's not something that would have stopped me spraying.
Okay, and it didn't stop you spraying
No.
that day. And then in paragraphs 13 and 14 of your statement, you talk about assessing if a person is suffering from a mental health crisis or if they are under the influence of drink or drugs. Now, you've described how Mr. Bio was not reacting to your use of the spray.
Yep.
He wasn't reacting to your verbal commands or your shouting. And you'd mentioned earlier that you are aware of people being under the influence of drink or drugs. Did you think at any point up until the incident you've described with Nicole Short that this was a man who was under the influence of drink or drugs?
I wasn't with him long enough to obviously make a lengthy assessment. It's obviously something that would go through my mind. He's potentially under the influence of something. But the fact that spray didn't work doesn't necessarily mean that as well. It could just be that the person doesn't. Because, I think there was one guy when I went to the college who didn't actually have any effects by the spray. So it's, it could have not had that effect because, well, you might have just not had any effects. Or military personnel, I think, train, well, I don't think, I know or I've been made aware that they train through the effects of CS. So, again, taking into that in account, you've maybe potentially got somebody with military experience. But again, I wasn't with him long enough to establish that either.
And when you talk about not being with him long enough to carry out a lengthy assessment, how long would you consider it necessary to spend with someone to assess whether they were under the influence?
I'd need to kind of see them sort of walking about normally rather than aggressively. I'd need to try and speak to them. Like if someone's under the influence of drink or drugs, they'll give away signs like slurring speech or being unsteady on the feet. So that assessment, because the incident was happening so fast and I didn't have enough time or wasn't afforded the opportunity to speak to him normally, without his level of aggression, I couldn't form an opinion. So
did you see any signs that he may have been under the influence of drink or drugs when you were with him?
Again, because it happened so quickly, I wouldn't have been able to tell. And also I was at a distance as well, so I'm not able to see close-up eyes and things like that. Because again, eyes, your pupils can dilate and things.
So you had some information from the airwaves transmissions about his behaviour in advance of the police arriving. And you know that you've tried to spray him twice and that's not had a reaction. And he's not reacted, he's been quiet or not been speaking to you. Did you consider at any point that may be a sort of a red flag of someone in a mental health crisis?
Yeah, I mean, the thought would have crossed my mind that it would have been sort of an indicator that someone's maybe suffering from a mental health problem, but I didn't solely hone in on that either, because it would then, you don't want to become blinkered to potentially other reasons why he's maybe not reacted to CS the way in which we would have expected.
And having considered that as a possibility that someone was maybe under the influence or suffering from a mental health crisis, At any stage, did you consider treating it as a medical emergency and perhaps requesting an ambulance?
I wasn't afforded enough time to do that. And again, the danger and risk that he posed to himself, Nicole, or PC Short, sorry, and myself was still such that I wasn't afforded any time to get on the radio or, try anything else.
And you'd had some training in these sorts of issues. I think at paragraph 21, actually, you mentioned training. And I think you say that none of your training had prepared you to deal with someone who was likely suffering from a combination of mental health crisis or acute behavioural disorder and drug intoxication.
Yeah, and I was specifically referring to this incident. So, like, what I mean by that is you do training, you do spells training. So you do like your resuscitation, you do your PAVA training, you do your Baton training, you do your handcuff training. They're all quite individual. And what you don't train for is a scenario whereby you turn up and a male's not responding to you. He's not responding to TACCOMs, he's not responding to CS. You don't train in a scenario whereby a member of your team is incapacitated or potentially worse. So this situation, training in large does prepare you to be a police officer, but training can't prepare you for a situation like this. There's a limitation to how realistic training can be, and none of our training prepared us for the failure of repeated uses of tactical options such as communication, PAVA, Baton, and also the position that I was left in with reduced officer support, because at that point, when Nicole was on the floor, I was the only officer, to my awareness, I was the only officer left.
If you had had training in this type of scenario where someone's not engaging with you, would you have found that to be of assistance?
It would more than likely be of assistance, but again, training's limited to a training scenario. You don't train to injure officers. There's a limitation on the level of resistance and force used. You would never train to. This is a dangerous situation, and you wouldn't train in dangerous conditions, if that makes sense.
So it's not real life in the sense that you're put at risk of serious injury.
No, you never put at serious risk of injury or harm in training.
Would you have found it helpful to have had some sort of training in maybe situations such as this, more realistic training?
I think the training has developed, so it is a little bit more scenario based, but I think training to include situations whereby officers become injured or incapacitated would be obviously beneficial. I don't think I don't know how obviously the syllabus for OST works, so I couldn't answer obviously what's on the horizon for that.
No, we'll no doubt hear from others about that in due course. Is it fair to say that you would treat someone differently if they were having a mental health crisis than, or suffering or under the influence, rather than someone who wasn't?
It's difficult to answer because I'd almost be sort of guessing. But if a person's presenting you with a knife, there's still a need to control that person, regardless whether or not that person's intent on hurting you or hurting members of the public or suffering a mental health crisis. There's still a need to control that situation. So, no.
All right. Right, I'd like to move on. You said at the point you were using your baton, you weren't aware of any other officers. What was the first moment you became aware that there was another officer?
It was when I was basically when Mr. Byle was facing me with his fists like that.
Is this before or after you've struck him?
So after I've struck him and he's turned around, at this point I'm still under the impression and belief that I'm the only officer left.
And that's after you've struck him to the head area?
Yeah.
Before you struck him to the arm area?
So I struck him to the head and then he's turned to me like that and I've struck him to the arms, and then that's when I was aware that obviously another officer was there, because like the point at which he's faced me and had his arms raised, like in my mind I thought, for want of a better phrase, fucking hell, this is it. And the next thing I remember is PC Walker coming into my view from my left, and I don't know how to describe it other than like some sort of like bear hug, like wrestle thing, to basically knock Mr. Bio off balance and take him to the floor. But that was moving, so it wasn't a come in and we got to the floor right where we stood. It was quite dynamic, so it felt like it travelled some distance from where Nicole was.
Right, I'm going to ask you to look at an image again. I think we'll use a different image this time. Now, let's select that image. It may be that image 6 is a useful image. This is the one which was more of an aerial shot of Hayfield Road, but if not, there are others. Give me a second. Have you got your image? No, it's fine. I think I've accidentally left my hard copy of my images on my desk. So what we'll do is, if we can scroll through, please. And if you stop that for a second. Yes, so if we could, do you see the image on the far left-hand side, second row of images? So image, if you were counting from left, image 3. We've got this one. Oh. So this... so if we're counting from the top left, image 3. Go back one, please. And could you go forward 2, please? And carry on, and I'll tell you when to stop, please. Right, stop, please. Image number 8. Sorry about that. So this is an aerial image of Hayfield Road.
Yeah.
And the vehicles, other than the row of vehicles on the south of Hayfield Road, have been removed. So it may be better if we can find one, a similar one, where the vehicles are in position. Can you go and get my copy, please? Thanks. Thanks. I think what we'll do is actually wait till my copy comes. Okay. It's on its way, and I'll just move on to something else at the moment. Right, you've talked about PC Walker.
Yep.
And you've described a bear hug. So could you tell us a little bit more in terms of the description of what his contact with Mr. Bio was?
So if I was obviously facing Mr. Bio, what would have been available to, the view that would have been closest to PC Walker would have been Mr. Bio's right side, because he was obviously facing back kind of in a northward direction.
You told us earlier that he was facing to the right, down Hayfield Road.
Yeah, but when he's turned like that, he's turned as well to where I was standing.
Was that back towards the tree-lined area?
Yeah, so like I was facing the houses and he was facing the tree line.
Right.
When I say he, sorry, Mr. Byle was facing the tree line. And the contact that PC Walker that I seen was that he came, I just remember him appearing out of nowhere from my left-hand side. And what I would describe as a bear hug is probably just my best attempt at trying to verbalise what I seen. It was kind of like a grab or something like that. It appeared to be a grab, but something that would cause Mr. Byle to be off balance and push him from where he was standing and cause like a stumbling sort of motion, basically along the road, further away from where Nicole was lying.
Where was PC Short at that time?
She was still lying on the floor, and I hadn't seen her move.
Right. And he came from your left.
Yeah.
So as you're describing, that would have been the area where the police vans were parked.
Yeah, so I don't know what area specifically, but somewhere from that general area of the big 19 van or the fish van. He just seemed to appear for me out of nowhere, because I remember the instant feeling of, you've just saved my life.
And when you describe them falling to the ground, oh, thank you very much. When you describe them falling to the ground, do you remember where they fell?
It was near the curb line. On the, if you look at the picture, it would be the south side. So what appears to be closest to the bottom of the screen. But I don't remember ever being on the curb line. Like, there wasn't a difference in height, if that makes sense.
Right. Well, what I'm going to do is ask you to look at image 15, please. So this is a scene of Hayfield Road. And thank you. So can you indicate on this image where you think Nicole Short was? We'll clear those from the previous picture. And you've said that Mr. Byle was facing you. You were standing with your back to the tree area. And he would have been, as we look at this screen, on the left.
So yeah, he would have been just to the left of where the one is.
And your recollection is that Nicole Short was still flat on the ground at that time?
Yeah.
And PC Walker came from your left.
Yep.
And tell us where they landed on the ground.
I can't remember exactly, but I know I don't remember cars. So the only area it could have been was in and around there. As I say, I don't know if we reached as far as the curb line, because obviously with the road and the curb there's a difference in height as you would step off the curb onto the road or off the road onto the curb. I don't remember that being the case. I just remember it being flat.
We've heard that the pavement was quite low. The curb was quite low, near to the ground.
Okay.
You've said you don't remember cars. We're looking there at a row of cars. The one closest opposite number one is a sort of silvery grey colour. You say you don't remember that being anywhere near where you were.
Which then makes sense as to where number two's been played. Because if it had gone anywhere else, would have ended up hitting a car.
So do you think number one is maybe in the wrong position? Feel free to adjust it.
It's a little bit more difficult because the vans aren't in position. Oh no.
let's move those circles away. And if you wish to replace number 1 where Nicole Short was, so maybe closer to the island in the road than you had previously.
Yeah, I can't remember any cars. Like, I don't ever remember seeing any like cars on the roadway. I don't know if I would have paid attention to the grey car because it's not on the roadway. But aye.
But you don't remember any cars
No.
being on that side of the road?
No.
So we now have position 1, that's where you've now positioned Nicole Short.
Yeah.
And you've described you and Mr. Bio. As we look at this, you would have been on the left of that red circle number 1.
Yeah, I would have been. I would have been slightly to the left of it. Yeah.
As just as we look at this screen.
Yeah.
And number 2, that's where you think that PC Walker and Sheku Bio landed on the ground.
I couldn't say exactly but that generally, I think, would be the general area. Like I said, I can't remember there being a height difference between the roadway and the pavement.
We can fine-tune this
Okay.
Later. When PC Walker did the bear hug and landed with Sheku Bio, how did they land?
Just in a heap. Like, Mr. Bio was obviously still struggling, so like there was no set like position. If that make it was kind of like a struggle basically, and body positions were changing all the time. So like I couldn't like I don't know how to describe sort of how they landed, but they both obviously landed on the floor.
Who was on top?
I don't think anybody. I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't say without guessing. I couldn't say.
Where was PC Short at this time?
Still lying in the roadway.
How had PC Walker avoided PC Short?
I don't know.
When you were standing with Mr. Bio, how far were you from PC Short?
Probably within about 10 feet, something like that, 10 to 15 feet, something. Again, I would have been positioned kind of at the curb line or just on the roadway, and from my memory, I think they were in the middle of the road. So like I would have been like the width of a carriageway, width of one of the lanes on the roadway.
Could you point to where you're describing? How did Mr. Bio get from being over Nicole Short and stamping on her to that distance away from her?
Because when PC Walkers came in from the side, so Mr. Bio was actually to the left of PC Short anyway, so any push of Mr. Bio wouldn't have caused him to trip over her body. It would have actually sent him further away from PC Short. I don't know how PC Walker got over PC Short. Like I can't remember that.
Okay. So when PC Walker made contact with Mr. Bio in the bear hug, how far was Mr. Bio from PC Short at that moment?
Just a couple of feet. Because his position, when he turned to me, it was again like a pivot.
Mr. Bio turned to you.
So when he's turned to me and done that, like his position would have still been very, very close to PC Short. So he can't have been anything more than a couple of feet away. Certainly within the distance. It would have been the length of when you stand up to do a stomp, that sort of distance. So the length of like, I don't know, maybe an arm, if that. because he still was in range to continue stamping.
Can you point out on this image what direction PC Walker came from?
Yep.
And we'll maybe use a line, an arrow. I wonder if you can explain then, again, how PC Walker avoided PC Short if she's lying on the ground in the red circle number 1.
I don't know. I wasn't. All I seen, I was focused on Mr. Bile. So, like my attention wasn't on PC Walker, and it only became on PC Walker when, like, I'm aware that he's now, like, bear hugging Mr. Bile, and the two of them are travelling across, like, the rest of the road. So I don't know how he's managed to get over. I don't know if he's stood on her. I don't know what he's done.
But that's not something you have a recollection of?
No, I wouldn't have thought he would have stood on her, because, well, he would have fallen over her, you know.
All right. But you didn't see what he did, and you can't comment on that from your recollection. And you've placed at the red circle at number 2, that's where they fell to the ground. Now, you've said that initially you can't describe their positions, but could you tell us which direction Mr. Bile was lying in on the ground?
Yeah, so see where you've got number 2 and you've got the green hedge directly below it.
Do you want to point to that?
Yeah, sorry.
We'll maybe have a red circle. There we go.
So
that's a hedge.
Yeah, that's the hedge. So Mr. Bile's head would have been facing towards the hedge direction.
Right. So that's the south of Hayfield Road.
Yeah, to the south.
And which direction were his legs in?
So pointing back towards like the tree line or the north.
Towards the island and then the trees on the other side.
I don't necessarily know if they were pointing directly at the island, but in that general direction.
Right. And was he lying completely on the pavement or straddling the pavement in the road?
I don't know. All I remember is it was flat. So I don't know if there's any dips in the curb or whether or not he was totally on the road. I don't know. But I just know there wasn't like a difference in height.
Where was PC Walker? What position was he lying in on the ground?
I don't know if he was lying, but PC Walker had taken up trying to control Mr. Bile. I'm assuming it's his hands or his upper body. I don't know. But that, like, it was towards like the upper part of his kind of his figure.
Would it be easier if you demonstrated to us the position?
I couldn't specifically say what position, other than just to say. So you've seen for yourself, obviously, PC Walker's quite a large officer.
We've heard he was 6'4" and 25 stone.
So when I've arrived at the point at which the restraint's taking place, I've largely just seen PC Walker's back, and like the reverse of his body armour.
You mean the back of the vest?
The back of the vest, yeah. So I couldn't say what arm or what area, PC Walker took up that restraint, because my view was actually blocked by his back. So I couldn't see that.
So you couldn't see Mr. Bile under him at that point?
No, I don't think Mr. Bile was under him. But certainly like my view of like Mr. Byles' upper part of his body was obstructed by PC Walker, so I couldn't see kind of around that, if that makes sense.
I see. So you could see the back of PC Walker, but you couldn't see Mr. Byles.
No.
So you couldn't see what
Well,
position.
I could see his legs, but I couldn't see, as I said, the upper portion of Mr. Byles.
When you could see his legs, Mr. Byles' legs, where were they in relation to PC Walker?
So they would have been on PC Walker's right-hand side.
Right. So how was PC Walker, how was he positioned when you saw his back?
Would it be? I think it's maybe just easier if I try and. It's maybe not as
Try and
accurate, but
demonstrate.
I can
Yeah.
try and demonstrate it. It's probably
Well,
easier
that-
than trying to
Thank you.
do it in words.
That would be good. So again, remember that the audio won't catch up things you say. So I'd like, first of all, for you to demonstrate PC Walker and his position first,
Yeah.
please.
So you imagine I'm stood kind of here, first of all, so this would be my viewpoint. So all I can see is that portion
Right.
of his back. I don't know if you can see up to him. Right, I can see that portion of his back.
Thank you. And can you show us what you could see of Sheku Byles' position?
So ignore this part of my body. I'll lie down and just show you. So what I can see is this.
Right.
And it's, so ignore all the left part of my body. Because PC Walker.
Could you try and describe?
I will. I'm taking notes. So as you're sitting, as you're lying there, we've to ignore the left-hand side of your body.
Yeah. Because all I can see is basically Mr. Byles' right hand doing that.
And you have your right hand on the ground and your right elbow bent.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah. So my right elbow's bent, so like that.
Yeah. And you have your legs. You're lying on your left-hand side, and
Yeah,
your
so
right
the legs
leg
would have
is
been
in
just
front.
like, basically kicking out like
Right.
that, if that makes sense. So
Right.
it wouldn't have been just a stable position like this.
So the legs are moving backwards and forwards. And when you were demonstrating PC Walker's position, you were actually on your knees with your hands down.
Yeah, because that's all. The only part of PC Walker that I could see was, as I said, like the back of his body armour.
Right.
I couldn't see any other part of him. I just remember that kind of. I don't know if you want me to come.
Right, yeah, come back and we'll get you in front of the microphone. But with PC Walker, the position you were demonstrating was you were on your knees, your hands were down on the ground, leaning over, and you gestured when you were on your knees to the back of the vest that you could see, and that was PC Walker's vest.
Basically, I don't know. As I say, I can't comment on where PC Walker's hands or like knees or anything were, but from what I can see is this portion of the vest.
The back of the vest.
The back of the vest, aye.
Could you see his legs?
No.
How did you know he was on his knees?
If I can't see his legs, then he wouldn't. Like, so if he's lying down, I would expect to see legs.
Could you see his feet?
Not that I could. Again, if they were tucked under him, I wouldn't see them.
Okay. So it really was the back of his vest that your attention was drawn to.
My attention is drawn to that, aye, and I can't see through it.
And you've described this as a dynamic movement. They are on the ground.
Yeah.
There continues to be movement, you've described. Tell us what you saw, how long you watched that.
I was already making my way from, as soon as I'd seen basically Craig come in and move Mr. Byle with his bear hug, I'd already started making my way towards where they were going to land. So I've kind of almost followed them, so I've been maybe a second or two behind from where I was. Like, it's taken me that amount of time to get over to kind of the position.
And what did you do?
So my fear was that the legs, Mr. Byle's legs, would have came up and been used as leverage to get up off the floor again. So what I've done when I've gone over is I've used my baton to deliver, I think, 2 or 3 strikes to the Achilles area, so the heel area, with the intention that might elicit some sort of pain compliance. And what I mean by that is to get a person to comply to instruction through the use of pen, and that is a technique, that pen compliance is a technique that's taught in OST. So that was, I'm working through my NDM again to assess the risk of if Mr. Byle gets up, is significant, again, a risk to us. And again, with reduced numbers, we were trying to bring him under control. After I've delivered those strikes, they've not been effective. So I changed my kind of approach.
Right. Let me take you through that again. You've used your baton 2 or 3 times to the Achilles area. Is that the Achilles tendon on both?
I don't know
both legs?
I don't know whether it would have been on both legs or what, but I went for the Achilles because having hit that area myself, I know it's quite painful, and if a person was to then obviously have a strike delivered to that area and stand up again, it would maybe prevent them from running around so fast, or prevent them from stomping with as much force.
And did you get any reaction to that?
No.
So you were at Mr. Byle's feet
Yeah.
at that moment. And was PC Walker towards the upper half of Mr. Byle's body?
Yeah.
Could you demonstrate the force you used for the strikes to the Achilles area? Using the baton. Have you still got that?
Yeah, but,
Thanks. So if you want to come out and... and if you can demonstrate how it was that you struck with the baton to the Achilles.
like that.
And as you're doing that, you're crouching, you're not kneeling, but you're crouching down more with your right.
I wouldn't have I wouldn't have kind of any movement really in my arm.
So your right knee is not on the ground, but you're
No, so it would have
crouching.
been like that to try and get some sort of response.
And that looks like less force than
Yeah,
with you.
I wouldn't have used a lot of force for that.
And that was to Mr. Byle's legs area,
It's
Achilles
so
area.
This area.
Thank you. And if you want to come back to the microphone. Was anyone else there at that moment in time? You've talked about PC Walker and his position. You've talked about yourself and what you were doing.
Yeah.
Anyone else there at that moment?
I don't remember anyone else being there. I just remember it being me and Craig.
And after you struck with your baton to the Achilles area and there wasn't a reaction, what did you do then?
And basically, from that position, I think I either dropped or just threw my baton to one side. As an option, it didn't seem to be having any effect. And what I did was I took up a position whereby I was straddling Mr. Byle's legs. So if you imagine mounting a horse, Mr. Byle's legs being the horse, so I'd use my knees to balance on the road. So his legs would have been running under my bum. And from there, I was basically remained kneeling on the roadway and tried to, because as I've described it, Mr. Byle obviously had his right hand like that. So I've tried to, at that point, apply a single cuff, so a single handcuff. And again, that's a technique used because, as I mentioned earlier on, my preference would always be in relation to males or anybody, males, females, in possession of a knife or a weapon, would be to cuff to the rear. So from that position, I could get my hand and effectively use my left hand to control the wrist, my right hand to reach around, get my cuffs and apply. So apply a single cuff to Mr. Byles' wrist. That was basically my intention. As I'm kneeling, I've grabbed control of the wrist and I've gone in like that. But as I'm trying to do that, Mr. Byles was basically pulling his hand forward or lifting up, but whatever he was doing with his hand, it was dragging me towards him, like further in towards like his arm. So I was thinking I need to get the cuff on, and as I've gone to get my cuff, he's flicked his legs. So it's been a jud to me, which has caused me to lose control of my cuffs, and they've bounced out of my reach. At which point I thought, this is like, I now don't have my handcuffs. So I moved from the position where I was straddling with Mr. Byles' legs between my legs and under my bum. I basically moved to a lying position across diagonally, which is probably easier if I again demonstrate probably both moves.
Yeah, I'm going to take you through all of this if we can, and then I'll get you to demonstrate this again. So you have not got the reaction you wanted to the baton, to the Achilles. You're then on top of Mr. Byles' legs.
So his legs So my weight would have been primarily on my knees, which were on the roadway, and then his legs under me, so between my legs.
So he's under you with both legs between your legs.
Yeah.
And you're putting your weight on your knees at that point.
Yeah. Because that's the most stable surface.
Yeah. The ground is
is the most stable surface.
Is he still struggling at that point?
Yeah.
So his legs are moving. But are you maintaining your position at that stage?
Yeah, for a very short time I maintained that position.
And then you've described Mr. Byles' right wrist and hand being on the ground, and you were trying to secure that with a view to applying a handcuff, a single cuff. But you weren't able to secure that, and the cuffs bounced away.
Yeah, basically Mr. Byles flicked his legs, or did something with his legs that caused me to lose balance, and I lost grip of my handcuffs, but the way they fell meant that they bounced, so then they were too far for me to reach, or I was scared that if I got off to try and collect them, that we would have lost total control.
Right. So when he moved his legs, that caused you to move your body as well?
Again, I reassessed, based upon now the fact that I don't have my handcuffs. The only option I had left was obviously my leg restraints, but that's a two-person technique, and I would need someone else to help me with that.
So when you moved, because he'd moved his legs, did your knees come off the ground, or did one come off the ground?
It was kind of like a motion that, if you imagine somebody vaulting a fence. So what I've done is I've basically used my hand to basically support myself on the roadway, and then I've basically flicked what would effectively be my right leg from under me and across, and then taking a position so instead of Mr. Byles' legs being under my legs and under my bum, his legs would now be under here.
I think I'll ask you to demonstrate that now, if you don't mind.
Do you want me to demonstrate how I was originally and then into
yes.
this? Yeah.
Yes, please. So if you could demonstrate how you were originally, please. So you're kneeling down and you're...
The difference being, obviously, I've got my police boots on as opposed to a pair of brogues. But like physically it's impossible for me to go down any more than that. So my weight's on my knees his legs through there, and as I've seen the presentation of the wrist like that, it's an opportunity for me to try and gain control. So I've locked on.
Right, and you're using your left hand.
So that would be control, so like that.
Right, so you're now gesturing with your right hand as if that was Mr. Bio's hand,
Yeah, so
and you're using your left hand to wrap it round the wrist.
Yeah.
And
Pulling it back, basically, so I could reach around. My handcuffs are positioned here. So my view was to go like that, handcuffs around, and bring back into the centre of the back.
and that would have brought his right arm round his
Round
back,
the centre of the back, yeah.
So that you could then have gained some control.
Some control, who would then have needed obviously to gain control of the other arm, which, again, my field of view was blocked because all I could see was about the Craig's vest.
So PC Walker was in front of you at that point, still over Sheku Bio.
Can't have been overchecking. Mr. Bio, if I'd have been able to get the rest, it must have been to the side, because I had a clear opportunity to secure the wrist and pull in, so he must have been towards the side, but in a position whereby I could see his back.
Right. Yeah, I'll need you to come back and say that again into the microphone, sorry, because it doesn't pick up what you're saying. So you've demonstrated how you were straddling Mr. Bio's legs.
Yeah.
Which part of his legs were under your bum?
So it would have been, I don't know, it would have been the middle portion of his legs, but I don't know if it was the thigh, the knee, or the calf.
The calf. So when you say the middle part of his legs, what are you meaning?
So if you was to look at a person like that middle section where the knees are, so what would have been under me would have been sort of knees.
So his knees would have been under your bottom.
I think so. That would give me enough reach, at least mechanically, to allow me to try and cup the rest.
Right. And you've described PC Walker. What was PC Walker doing?
So I don't know what PC Walker was doing. He was trying to obviously gain control. From his position, I can assume only that he was trying to gain control of his left arm, because I could quite clearly see Mr. Bio's right arm, and that's how I was able to have an opportunity to take a hold and secure the rest. So from his position, I can only assume that he was trying to gain control of his left arm, but as I say, my view of that was blocked because all I could see was the back of PC Walker's vest.
Could you see where PC Walker's hands were or arms?
No.
Could you see Mr. Bio's left arm?
No, because it was blocked by the back of, by PC Walker.
Could you see PC Walker's legs?
No.
Did you have any sense of where PC Walker's legs were?
No. But they can't, they can't have been in my way, because I was able to basically rest at the side of Mr. Bio's legs with my knees, so I don't know where they would have been, but they must have been tucked out my way, because I didn't ever interfere with his legs. I didn't get unbalanced by PC Walker's legs. I didn't see them sticking out or flailing about. And
PC Walker's legs weren't between your legs?
No, there wouldn't have been enough. There wouldn't have been enough space for three legs to get under.
And then you described moving your position, which was from straddling Mr. Bio's legs, and you talked about lying diagonally.
Yeah. So
can you tell us about that, and if it's easier to demonstrate that position, please?
I think it's probably easier to demonstrate, and then I can always speak through
and we
it.
can come back and get the description. Thank you. Please come back.
So, from this position, obviously I've been unbalanced, so what I've done is I've basically used this part of my arm, or somewhere from hand the elbow to basically support me.
Right, let me just describe that in the microphone. So you're sitting in the position you described as straddling Mr. Bio's legs. You previously spoke about being unbalanced, and you're using your right hand, and you've put your palm flat on the ground, and you've described and you've gestured to the forearm area, using to regain your balance.
Basically, in a motion, what I've done is I've done this. So now the legs are under.
Right. So let me just try and describe that. So you've moved quickly using your right arm on the ground, from the palm to the elbow, and you've effectively very quickly moved your legs, both of your legs, to your side, the left side, and Mr. Bio's legs are now between your right arm and your torso.
Basically a void here that the legs would have been in.
Right. And you're basically lying, when you say diagonally, you're lying across both of Mr. Bio's legs, and they're underneath the area of your right armpit, really. Right. Thank you. And if you could come back to the microphone. So you've moved from that straddling position to the diagonal across his legs.
Yeah.
Where was PC Walker?
Still in the same kind of position.
Is Mr. Bio still struggling?
Yeah.
Were you aware of how PC Walker was getting on? Was he still, you suggested he was trying to secure Mr. Bio's left arm.
That's only what I could assume from his position.
Where was Mr. Bio's right arm at this point?
It was still like that. Like he was still able to move himself around and like that. Because at this point, I'm now not in a position to take a hold of any arms, because as I'm on the floor like that, I would use kind of another hand to stabilise myself. But it's at this point I've pressed my emergency button. So before I've gone into this kind of like brace to stop myself falling face first on the concrete, I've managed to push my emergency button and try and shout, "We're struggling to control. We need more units."
Right. Well, let's just look at this again then, please. So if we could go back to the evidence video timeline, and we'll play 7:20:30 or thereabouts to 7:20:42 or thereabouts. So start with 7:20:30. This is on page 3 of the spreadsheet if you wanted to.
On the channel.
So the real time is at 7:20:29, and if we carry on and play that to just after 7:20:42. You can watch the CCTV. You've told us that's your van arriving.
Do we have a description? I missed it.
He's described as male, black, well-built.
Thank you. So that's just gone a second beyond 42 seconds. You'll see on the spreadsheet it says PC Baton's emergency status is turned on, 7:20:42, and then we'll carry on playing until just after 7:21:21.
6 foot tall, wearing a white t-shirt, dark coloured jeans and carrying a very large knife.
Commander 4, control, keep off. That's somebody activated the emergency button.
Officer Vanguard, PC shot, Bravo.
Control acknowledge, officer injured.
What's the locate? I just got blue lights stopped, adjacent to Galaxy approaching. Thank you!
Can you just play that till just for another second or? Thanks. And could you perhaps rewind that and just play it until the end of? Thank you. That'll be fine. Just play from.
to the set attending. I'm monitoring this obviously from an ARV perspective. If you get sightings of the mail, you need to make an initial assessment yourself and feedback to me straight away, and I'll listen out on the channel.
Control for Bravo, do we have a description? I missed it.
It's described as male, black, well-built, 6 foot tall, wearing a white T-shirt, dark coloured jeans and carrying a very large knife.
Commander 4, control, keep off us. Somebody activated the emergency button.
Officer Vanguard, PC sir, male.
Control acknowledge, officer injured.
What's the locate? We just got blue lights stopped, adjacent to Galaxy, we're approaching.
Thank you. So you'll see on the footage there that an emergency status red button has appeared and it says Tomlinson. And you'll see on the page 4 of the spreadsheet that it says at 7:21:19, PC Ashley Tomlinson's emergency status is turned to on. And would that be when you've turned on your emergency status button?
Yeah.
And did you have the chance to watch the CCTV during those? I played it twice, the footage, or were you looking at the spreadsheet?
I was probably more looking at the spreadsheet than the.
Okay. Well, I would quite like to go back over the footage,
Yep.
and I'll maybe talk you through that as we go. So if we could go back to 7:20:39. So this is.
Looking at the time, this could perhaps take a little time. I'm wondering, this might be a
will. Are you
convenient
happy?
time to stop now. Huh?
Yes, very happy to do that.
Well, I think we'll stop now and we'll start again at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So back to normal time tomorrow, 10 a.m. Thank you.